Good morning. Your Royal Highness, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here today for World Horse Welfare's 25th Annual Conference. My name is Neil Hudson, and I am the Member of Parliament for Penrith and the Border. You're probably wondering why I'm here. I'm also an equine veterinarian, and I have specialized in medicine and gastroenterology over the years and done a lot of research in terms of equine health and welfare. So the topic of today's conference is very much close to my heart with both my hats on. Last year, I was privileged to be a panelist at this event. This year, I've been privileged to be promoted and be asked to chair the conference. So who knows, this time next year, I could be Prime Minister. Today is truly a hybrid event with guests here in London at the Royal Geographical Society, but also hundreds of guests who are attending virtually. Welcome to everyone here in the room and everyone who is tuning in from all around the UK and hopefully from around the world as well. We are also offering guests the opportunity to listen to today's event in Spanish or French. If you wish to do so, please simply follow the instructions at worldhorsewelfare.org/conference or here, hopefully on this slide. There you are. And that also gives you the details of the Wi-Fi code for today, and the password is November 2022. To make sure our in-person and virtual guests can participate in the discussion, we'll be taking questions from you here in the room, as well as through Slido, through the Q&A function on the Slido screen. So you will have received the Slido link and the passcode in your email invitations. For those of you in the auditorium today, you have a choice. You can simply raise your hand to alert a member of the team to come and bring you a microphone, or you can submit your question using the app on your phone. And you can log in with the passcode on your printed program. For those of you on YouTube, please do post any questions you have on YouTube, and we'll try to get to them. The discussion will also be taking place on Twitter using the hashtag #HorseUseNotAbuse. I hope you will all join in with the conversation, but for those of us in the theatre, please do remember to put your mobile phone onto silent. So we're going to do a bit of voting with the app. As a politician, as a vet who's now a politician, I'm slightly nervous about voting, slightly nervous about elections. You'll be relieved to hear that you won't be asking me to do any bush tucker trials or voting me out of the jungle or anything like that. So we're going to be asking questions on sensible questions. So today, we are considering, when does the use of a horse become abuse? Now, this is sure to generate a lot of opinion, so to get us started, we would like to get your views. So please, could you complete our poll? So you'll need to click on the poll tab in Slido in the top right-hand corner. So the first question then that we will look at is, would you feel confident in challenging another owner or rider if you saw them interact with their horse in a way you believe to be abusive? And so you should then get options. Yes, I would be confident to challenge them. Yes, but only in situations where I was certain there was abuse. Possibly if I had support from others to challenge the situation. No, I wouldn't be sure where use became abuse. Or no, I would not be confident even if I knew abuse was happening. So while you consider that question and hopefully log into the polling system, let me say how grateful we are again to the Sir Peter O'Sullivan Charitable Trust for their continued sponsorship of today's event. I would also like to draw the attention of our guests in the theatre to a few points for your security, health, and safety. The current terror threat level is substantial, so that's 2 levels down from the most serious, but still is significant. So we have security precautions in place to ensure we keep everyone safe. So do please make sure you wear your name badge and ensure that it is visible at all times. In the case of fire, the alarm will sound and you should leave the building. Every entrance and exit to the theatre is clearly marked as a fire exit. Once out, the theatre guests should make their way to the nearest exit onto street level. The fire meeting point is in front of the Royal Albert Hall, so everyone should make their way to this point and wait there for further instruction. The charity will have fire marshals to assist RGF staff and help you and point you in the right direction. In terms of first aid, several members of RGS staff are fully first aid trained. If a first aid emergency occurs, then please inform reception immediately. A first aid room is facing the cloakroom next to the ladies' toilets. So during the morning break, our virtual audience will be treated to 3 presentations exploring the theme of use and abuse through the lens of World Horse Welfare's work. These presentations will also be playing in the Education Centre during the break, so our guests here in the theatre will not miss out. We are also very grateful to you for all your support, and I would like to draw your attention to the donation envelope, which you should find positioned in your programme. Please do give generously if you can. Finally, I would like to reiterate our thanks to our generous conference sponsor, the Sir Peter O'Sullivan Charitable Trust, for continuing to help make this event possible, as well as the Horse Race Betting Levy Board and Equine Register for their support. Now, we're very privileged to have Nigel Payne, the trustee of the Sir Peter O'Sullivan Charitable Trust, to open our event. So, Nigel.
Your Royal Highness, friends and supporters of World Horse Welfare, I stand here before you somewhat flustered because I came up from Cornwall last night, saw my team beaten at the Emirates, and then took an hour and a half to get here from North London in an Uber. So I'm not a great fan of the overpaid tube drivers. When Peter set up his trust 25 years ago, one of a select group of 6 charities he chose was then the International League for Protection of Horses, now, of course, World Horse Welfare. I'm delighted also to tell you that 2 of our trustees are also joining me here today, Deirdre Flood and Geoffrey Hughes. So were we to have one more, we could have held a trustees meeting. But that was your line, Roy, really. We still support World Horse Welfare to this day, and of course this includes the staging of this brilliant annual conference. Nowadays we have diverted our resources to a certain extent, and we are tremendous supporters, all riding for the disabled branches, who I think at the latest count, about 15 we've helped. Quite often it's just to acquire a new pony or some such thing as that. And we're also involved heavily in promoting and supporting equine-assisted therapy, as there are so many massive mental health issues out there, both directly within racing and the racing industry. And we feel that this support can make a real difference. Your theme, when does use become misuse, is actually very relevant here, as equine-assisted therapy, if offered by untrained individuals using the wrong animals, is likely to harm will be done to both the human and the horse. So together with the RDA and their then Chief Executive Ed Brasher and Anna Collins, we helped set up a thing called the Human Equine Interaction Register. And this means that everybody who applies for funding needs to join this, which shows that they have the necessary skills in place, the necessary animals, necessary insurance, etc. And they're then given a kite mark, and then funders will look for this kite mark and help them. If I can tell you just one little story about equine-assisted therapy, I visited an organization called Serona at Totnes, and there was a lovely young lady took me around the facilities, and it turned out that 5 years previously she hadn't been out of her house excuse me, or talked or gone to school for 7 or 8 years. She became very friendly with a horse called Toro, and she told me that she was going to take her GCSE in English the following week, and she was terribly, terribly nervous. So I said to her, well, take a photograph of Toro and take him in to the exam and put him on your exam table in front of you, and if you get panicky, have a chat with him. And I was delighted to hear that when I rang Hannah Bergen, who runs Serona, that she passed her exam with flying colours. Just an illustration of the magnificent power of these beautiful animals. So I'm sure you'll have a wonderful day. And once again, may I say how delighted the Sir Peter O'Sullivan Trust is to continue to support this conference. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Roly, for asking us to say a few words. And I hope we have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Nigel. Now I would like to introduce to you the chairman of World Horse Welfare, Michael Baines, who will say a few words of welcome. Michael.
Neil, thank you. And Nigel, thank you. There could be no better supporter than the Peter O'Sullivan Trust. It's great that you support us, and we hugely appreciate it. As we do the Horse Race Levy Board and the Equine Register, two new supporters for this event. I mean, it would be impossible, or it would be very expensive. It's not an inexpensive thing to set up, and it really does help enormously that we get that support. Your Royal Highness, Lords, ladies and gentlemen, welcome from us at World Horse Welfare. I'm sure it's going to be a great day. Those of you who struggled through the tube strike, I sympathise. I think those who are listening from home or wherever, I hope you enjoy it. You can hear us properly, and you probably did well to stay away. But thank you very much, those who made an effort. I hope you get enough out of it. Roly tells me that this has happened 25 years. And that you, ma'am, have come to all of them. And I hope there's nobody in the room who's going to contradict me. That shows what dedication that shows, ma'am. It's fantastic. We really thank you for your support and for the energy and the questioning you bring to us. The very first one I came to here, the subject, we were talking about horse meat. And you asked some quite provocative questions about why we weren't eating it. And the great thing was, not only were they well made, but of course it got us tremendous publicity. So it was very successful. I hope some of the conversations today perhaps are going to get us a similar amount of public recognition. But we've come a long way. We welcome everybody, and it's a great forum for drawing everybody together. Now, before we go on to our subject, there are two events that happened this year that I feel I really must address. The first was that sad but glorious time that brought the country together when we all came together to remember the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. And I know that on behalf of everybody, ma'am, both here and abroad, they would like me to offer our sincere condolences on the death of your mother. And perhaps, if I may, also to pay tribute to her and her love of horses. And just remember that in those 70 years, when she had to cope with a world changing, she managed to do that, and yet remember that by adhering to certain principles, that you could manage change but do it in a way that preserves that which is important. And there's nothing greater, is there? I mean, we all forget, our world changes the whole time, and we get swept by this or that. But actually, the animals we're looking after, their world doesn't change. If we give them care, compassion, and a pragmatic approach, then they respond. And one of the sort of great things of those amazing days when we were either present or watching on television was right at the end, seeing Emma, the fell pony, pay her respects as the funeral cortege went up the long walk, and her mistress, Her Majesty, was there with her household around her, her foot guards and her horse guards on that last march up, and you saw Emma there, standing there, paying her respects. And to me, that really brought together what the horse-human relationship really can be. And I think that will stay with me, and I'm sure many of us, forever. So that's a contribution we should remember and be very proud of, and thank Your Royal Highness that you still continue with that and bring all that expertise and knowledge to us. So thank you. The other event, and a desperate one, and still with us obviously, is what's happening in Ukraine. We all thought when it started this was going to, well, I don't think we knew. Our world was turned upside down. People not so far away had their lives ruined. And of course, at the same time, there were a lot of horses caught up in this. And I'm very, very proud that we've been able to, along with, and I must make sure I get this absolutely right, the British Equestrian Association, the BHS, BETA, which is the Veterinary Association, and the British Horse Trust, together with ourselves, have founded the British Equestrian Ukraine Fund, which so far has provided about 200 tons of feed, forage, and food, etc., bedding, and about £250,000 worth of medical, of veterinary supplies to Ukraine, and in a very targeted way via Poland, and they're being used well. And of course, we will continue to do that as long as it's necessary. And I suspect there will be quite a demand over this winter, sadly. And then, of course, as and when we get through this and we get to reconstruction, I hope we'll get involved in giving aid there. And I make no bones, this donation is open, and if anybody is so inclined, please, we'd be only too pleased to talk to you. When does use become abuse? Well, I'm very interested what the panel's going to say, so I'm not going to prejudge it. All I'd like to say is that, of course, why are we talking about this? And the answer is because we have to be on the front foot for the arguments. If we're going to keep the social license, that is, the public on our side, in the modern day when we've got 24-hour news, social media, and everything else, if you don't keep on the front foot and you don't address these issues and leave a vacuum, somebody else will. And I'm afraid in today's society, where you've got a lot of people who have single-issue agendas and so on and so forth, if you don't take the initiative, you're lost. So I think this is a critical conversation and one we absolutely have to address and then be proactive in. So I think it's going to be a fascinating day, and I wish everybody the best of luck, and I'm really looking forward to hearing about it. So I think there's a film now, isn't there? So let's see the film, because that will remind us what all this is about. Thank you.
For nearly 100 years, World Horse Welfare's mission has been to work with horses, horse owners, communities, organizations and governments to improve welfare standards and stamp out suffering in the UK and worldwide. We work to improve the lives of all horses, no matter what their role is in society. We help and work with horses in need, and any kind of horse can be a horse in need, sport and leisure horses, and horses used in work and production. We strive to improve welfare by strengthening the horse-human partnership. We use a combination of care, research, education and influence to relieve and prevent suffering, identify and address the root causes of problems, and change policies and practices so that horses are better protected, no matter how we use them. Traditionally, it was said that horses could be used, but never be abused. But what use is acceptable, and what do we mean by abuse? Sometimes the distinction between use and abuse is black and white, but often, and increasingly, it appears in shades of grey. Some believe that any use of a horse is, by definition, abuse, while others believe they have high standards of horsemanship, when in reality the science would often prove this is far from true. Today, we will explore what is abuse and what we need to do to prevent it. Violence, cruelty, or deliberate neglect are obvious abuse. But what if it stems from ignorance? Is it abuse if we don't know it's abuse? How can we compare our methods of managing and training our horses with someone who adopts a different approach? Who's right and who's wrong? In parts of the world where horses are leisure animals, does using a horse for work count as abuse? Some traditional practices are incompatible with good welfare, but they are considered acceptable among people who have never known any other way to keep a horse. Are these owners guilty of abuse, or of just not having knowledge or access to the services we all take for granted? And when we use horses for production, for their meat, milk, or hormones for medicines, is this acceptable use or abuse? And how does this debate impact the horses we use for sport and leisure? Again, some traditional practices are increasingly being questioned, and public outrage can erupt when we deviate from some unwritten code of acceptable horse management. Questions are increasingly being asked about how some horses are bred, trained, ridden, and cared for. What was acceptable 20 years ago isn't necessarily acceptable today. So what is acceptable? And who decides what is right and wrong? In a world where society's views around the ethics of using animals for sport are posing new questions, how can horse sport evolve to maintain acceptance of the public and protect its social license to operate? And horses we keep for companionship or for therapy, are they immune from abuse? Do our good intentions always translate into good welfare? Today, we have more and more objective evidence about what is good for horses and what is not. Are we basing our views and practices on credible sources of advice based on evidence? What if we could ask the horse, would it be their opinion alone that matters most? How can we understand the horse's perspective here? To both fully understand the difference, we must explore the evidence, taking note of both opinion and experience. To reflect on the question, when does use become abuse? Your Royal Highness, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Horse Welfare Conference 2022.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you very much, World Horse Welfare, for a very thought-provoking introductory film, which leads us into the question that we are looking at today. So let's have a look now at what you think in the audience, both here and virtually, in terms of the poll that we took earlier. So the question was, so would you feel confident in challenging another owner or rider if you saw them interact with their horse in a way that you believed was to be abusive? So let's see if we can get the results up. So 44% said yes, but only in situations where I was certain there was abuse. 32% said yes, I would be confident to challenge them. 21% possibly if I had support from others to challenge the situation. 2% no, I would not be confident. This is meant to be a comfort panel here, but I'm having to now get on a stepladder to get down. And then the final one is 1% no, I wouldn't be sure where use became abuse. So that's a very interesting split in terms of the answers that have come in. And it'll be interesting to see what your perceptions of that question are as the day progresses when you've heard from more of our specialist speakers. So, without any further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce my friend and colleague, known very well to you, Roly Owers, to give you the perspective from World Horse Welfare on when use becomes abuse. Roly.
Your Royal Highness, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, we sold you a bit of a dummy. If you're trying to get onto the Wi-Fi, it's November 2022, but November is all uppercase. You'll have more success if you try that. I do apologise about that. But I am delighted to be joining with you today to consider the question that World Horse Welfare has been reflecting on and working on for almost 100 years. When does use become abuse? So why have we chosen this theme today? Quite simply, because perhaps never before has there been such a mix of views among the public, but also across the horse world, in academia, and dare I say it, within our own charity. Why is this? Well, I think there are three reasons. Firstly, thanks to the digital world, people are more aware of animal welfare, and the debate is much more visible. Secondly, society's values are changing. Animal welfare is a higher priority, and society is increasingly suspicious of traditional uses of animals. And thirdly, thanks to science, we know more, especially about what horses, donkeys, and mules need, and how what we do impacts on them. Scientific research is changing the landscape of what good horse welfare looks like and what makes a strong horse-human partnership. But we must wake up to the fact that for all the love and care given to horses by their owners and many enlightened practices, too often these can be perceived by society to be the exception rather than the rule. For many people, what they see are horses being used and abused. This has predictable consequences. In the past couple of years, riding has been dropped from modern pentathlon after the outcry at the Tokyo Olympics, after the Paris Olympics. And then there's been an expose on the fate of retired racehorses on BBC Panorama. Each year, voices get louder, calling for a ban on racing and on equestrian sports. And a chorus is piping in, saying that it's even abuse and unethical to ride. This is hugely frustrating because we strongly believe in the many benefits of the horse-human partnership. Indeed, the values which inform and guide our mission are grounded in pragmatism and compassion to support and improve the horse-human partnership in all its guises. It is why we explicitly support the responsible involvement of horses in sport, the only equine welfare charity to do so. This year, we commissioned a survey through YouGov to understand better what people in the UK think of equine welfare in sport. The results were a wake-up call. 1 in 5 people do not accept the use of horses in sport under any circumstances, while a further 2 in 5 would only accept it if welfare standards were improved. The sport world needs, now more than ever, to work together to protect equestrianism's social license. We have often said we are working for a world where a horse is used but never abused. I can't seem to... If we could move on the slide, that would be great. Today, our focus is on leading the debate on what can be done to establish an even stronger horse-human relationship and a fairer partnership. This applies to all the horses we help, be they horses in need, sport and leisure horses, or horses used in work and production. Our charity was established by a remarkable woman named Ada Cole, who could not tolerate the unfairness of sending British work-worn horses to slaughterhouses on the continent in horrific conditions. She challenged the status quo and made the case for change. She gathered evidence through research. She used that evidence to educate the public, transporters, governments and slaughterhouse workers on the need for a better way of doing things. And she used her influence to change not only the law, but the way people thought about their responsibilities to horses. Her legacy very much drives our work today. We're now a global charity where frontline equine care, research, education, and influence are at the heart of what we do. And so far this year, this has included rehoming 286 horses and taking in another 250 in Britain, directly helping almost 14,000 working equids in Africa, Latin America, and Asia, publishing a 50-page evidence-based report and recommendations on changing EU and UK equine transport laws, and playing a leading role across the equine sector to inform regulations, policy, and practices. This is important work, but it costs money. So as Neil said, if you are able to support our work, please give generously, either through your donation envelopes today or through our website. So what is the difference between use and abuse? We like these distinctions to be clear-cut, but all too often it is a very blurry line. Is it about what we use the horse for? Here are some examples of the way we use horses in society. Some of you might see a few of these as abuse, while some of you may not see any abuse here at all. But when we make a subjective judgment based on use, is this fair? For instance, is it wrong to use a horse for food? What does it matter to the horse as long as their welfare was protected until the end of their life? Is it wrong for a horse to participate in sport? What if the horse appears to enjoy competition and has a good life? Is it right to keep a horse for companionship? What if they are overfed and obese? And is it right to keep a horse retired in a field after their sporting career is over with a questionable quality of life? So when we speak of right and wrong, we are in the territory of ethics, and ethics is vital in the horse-human relationship. According to some ethical beliefs, it is wrong to use an animal for anything. But for those of us who enjoy having animals in their lives, we often follow a more utilitarian approach. That is, it's ethically acceptable to use horses so long as we minimize the harms to them and maximize the benefits. This includes not only their physical welfare, but their mental well-being, providing them with positive experiences which make them, to use a human word, happy. We believe that it is our responsibility to do all we can to provide our horses with a good life, which Mark Wentein will highlight shortly. In our day-to-day work, we see what most would consider to be a lot of abuse. There is some intentional cruelty, but the vast majority is unintentional and due to ignorance. In Britain, we see horses that are starved or obese, neglected, shut in barns, and with untreated injuries and illnesses. Internationally, we see horses worked to exhaustion with injuries from inadequate tack or harness, malnourished or lame. But this is not always the case, as we'll hear from Tamara Tadich today. And some horses have good lives up until the point they are no longer wanted. And then they are passed around like commodities at markets or on a needlessly long journey to a slaughterhouse. But around the world, we also see other abuses. Abuses that may not be as visible, but are just as damaging. Horses made lame by aggressive training methods, repeatedly put in foal, or subjected to routine veterinary treatment that may not be ethically justifiable. Some are overfed and overrugged, traumatized by rough handling, or injured by inappropriate tack or use of equipment, as we'll hear from Matt Brown before coffee. Do we all have the capacity to abuse? Absolutely yes. The power imbalance between us and our horses makes that inevitable. As statesman and philosopher Edmund Burke said, the greater the power, the more dangerous the abuse. So we must use our power knowledgeably and carefully. There is also a moral dimension here. I think there's a really big difference between someone who unintentionally neglects their horse because they have dementia and someone who pushes their horse beyond their limits to win a competition. But reactions here are so different. There is often a public outcry at the supposed cruelty of the former, but barely a recognition of the latter. We need to check our reasoning here. Both horses are suffering, but one owner needs support while the other deserves to be penalised. So to change this, how we react to and address abuse needs to be considered. You cannot fix abuse with abuse. World Horse Welfare rescues a lot of horses from owners whose intentions are good but who have lost the ability to cope. And the public so often calls for them to be strung up. Similarly, an equestrian caught on film making a mistake or succumbing to a moment of frustration can be equally vilified. While we do need strong penalties for those who knowingly harm a horse for their own selfish gain, these need to be handed out by the regulators or authorities and not the general public. Because while the abuse of a horse can never be condoned, there is no excuse for a pile-on, and we should have a zero tolerance for self-righteous hysteria. As any student of human behaviour change knows, you do not get through to people with harsh criticisms. So if we are to change minds, we must engage respectfully, with curiosity, and with an aim to enlighten rather than shame. We must also look in the mirror and recognise that intentions do not always translate into impacts. A person can have the right intentions and still do a lot of damage. Because to truly protect the horses from abuse, we must first understand the impact of our behaviour on them. This is something that Claire Bessant will address later, albeit with a different species. Of course, this is not easy, and science does need to catch up here. But we have learned so much in recent years that gives us a pretty good steer. Their evolutionary background means that they need freedom, friends, and forage. They are prey animals with a strong flight response. They have emotions. They recognize human faces and react to human emotions. They have certain methods of learning. They are intelligent, but they do not have the cognitive ability we sometimes assume. Now, what I've just listed here should be throwing some of our horse care assumptions and traditional practices into sharp relief. How can always stabling horses for most of the day be good welfare? Why are we whipping horses after they have failed to do what we think we've asked them to do? Why are we not reading more about what they are trying to tell us through their body language? And why are we keep calling them naughty when they might simply be in pain? As the sage Winnie the Pooh once said, some people talk to animals, not many listen though. That's the problem. There is plenty of reason to keep challenging the status quo, challenging ourselves to truly put the horse first. Societal views on the use of animals have evolved, and we must evolve with them. We are in a palpable period of transition in society. Research and knowledge are being widely and quickly disseminated. This creates the perfect environment for questioning and indeed criticism. That criticism may be constructive or not. Either way, it needs to be handled well, as we'll hear from Cain after coffee. This is not about giving in to the critics or giving them an inch for them to take a mile. It is about taking control of our future, burying our heads in the sand, being defensive, or using slick public relations campaigns will not stem the tide of public unease over whether horse sport can be trusted to put horses first. This is clear from our recent paper on what equestrianism can learn from other industries to protect our social license. It's about listening to the critics, evaluating the evidence, and creating an open dialogue with society. So in conclusion, when does use become abuse? To best answer any given situation, we need to consider 3 fundamental points. Firstly, we need to understand the impact on the horse of everything that we do with them. And we need to be very clear about what the current evidence tells us about what horses need for a good life. Secondly, we need to remember that intentions are not impacts. As John Webster, Emeritus Professor at the University of Bristol, said, it is not what we feel or think, but what we do that really counts. And what we do must be based on objective evidence where available, supported by our experience, ethical judgment, and common sense. And finally, we need to be ever mindful that it's not what we do, but the way we do it that really counts. It is far more relevant to ask about the how rather than the what. So it's not what we use horses for, but how we use them. It's not what training aids we use, but how we use them. And it's not about what we say to people who we want to challenge, but how we speak to them. If we take these principles away, and if we get the horse-human partnership right, more people will want to be involved with horses, and equestrianism will flourish. If we do not do it right, if we continue to be seen to be allowing abuse, we will lose our ability to use horses at all. The ball is in our court. The real question is, how are we going to play it? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you indeed, Roly, and as ever, a very thoughtful and thought-provoking presentation from you, Roly. Thank you. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce a true powerhouse of the Belgian horse sector, and indeed the European horse sector. Mark Wentein is chairman of the European Horse Network, which represents the horse industry in the EU, and he is also a judge and technical delegate in FEI driving and the founder, publisher, and senior editor of Hippo Review, Belgium's leading equestrian magazine. He is also the man behind the tourist horse carriages in Bruges. Welcome, Mark.
Hello, this is Bruges, Belgium calling. My name is Mark Wentein. I'm the chairman of the European Horse Network, and since more than 35 years, the editor-publisher of Hippo Review, Belgium's leading equestrian publication. But also in another job, I'm the chairman, CEO of the Bruges Horse Carriage Operators. So welcome. To tell you that horses are vital throughout Europe and perform many roles. We use them in the sport, in many Olympic disciplines. They are used in agriculture, used for breeding, for top sports in racing, trotting, but the horse is also a partner in the equine sector for leisure, recreation, equi therapy, and also for tourism. The reason why we are here, and as European chairman of the European Horse Network, I can tell you that we have about in Europe more than 7 million horses equidae. We also count donkeys and crossbreds. And very important to the European economical market, we have a turnover of more than 100 billion euros per annum to this economy. And not to forget that horses and the industry use about 2.6 million hectares of land in the breeding, the growing, the forage, and so on, and the fodder for the horses. We are the second largest in Europe employer in the rural economy. And do not forget that the European Horse Network has almost 30 federations. They are representatives of all aspects of the horse industry. And we coordinate, we have a network to have a common voice in the European policy, direct contact to the members of the parliament and direct contact also to the presidents of the commission. So important, they all have and ride horses, and that's the reason we work together. Today, use or abuse, and therefore we go from a horse industry to horse welfare. Is this a false choice? At the end, you will see, and you can make your own decision. Horses have a long tradition in working. They did not have good reputation about the welfare, but it has changed a lot the last decades here in Europe. A lot of regulations are now on, and we have new ways of operating. So the question is, can you use horses in a business and still protect welfare? I'm very glad that the picture joined to this slide gives you 6 horses in front of a carriage. And if I count well, I have more than 35 people on that carriage. I don't think that was welfare, but it was an economical need. So let's go to a case study that I know very well, Bruges, the UNESCO heritage in the middle of Flanders, and we have a very lovely city there. We had tradition, and the natural horsepower and traction was the way how people could work. Since 1838, the carriages in Bruges are all licensed, not only the carriages, but also all horses working and all people driving them. So the registration is on and on. They operated in the city as horse cabs. We were transporting, we did weddings and funerals. And since then, everything is controlled by the city government. It changed a lot after the World War II. Till then, we had 55 horse cab taxi licenses, and now just 13 remained. If you look to the skinny horse on the black and white picture, this was before the World War II. And if you look to the left, to the amazing Arabo Frisian in a good condition for the wedding, you see that welfare can change. The Marshall Plan brought a lot of motorized transport after World War II. So it replaced the natural horsepower. The coachmen in Bruges lost their jobs, and only one man started carriage tours for tourists in 1975. If you see the carriage that he used, it was an old one and not adapted for modern use. More than 10 people in the carriage for one horse. The carriage had no brakes, no ball bearings for a smooth rolling. It was folklore instead of a profession. Those horses worked at that time 6 days on 7 for 12 hours. And in their stables, they were tied up and locked. Today, we have a professional service for the Brugian tourists. It's an ecological method of transport. We do not use fossil fuels, neither electricity or diesel. It's a link between the present and the past. Important that history in working with horses goes from one generation to the other. This is very important that it is passed on. And our work is supervised by city and official vets. We were advised by animal welfare groups already 20 years ago to make a new format. The operating people must be experienced horse people. That's the first criterion. Afterwards, they become the guides in the city. And what we see now the last years is that people, especially the children, like to see animals in the city center. Children love to touch them, and it is an intense social contact. And why not explore the city to the rhythm of the beat of the horseshoe and not to the speed of your iPhone? Why not take the horse to go to Bruges? A service structured around welfare. Nowadays, we have light and modern new carriages with disc brakes, electricity, and all that is made in aluminium is possible to reduce the weight of the carriage. We only take maximum 5 people and a driver. Usually it's less, a family with 1 or 2 children. The length of our tours is maximum 35 minutes, depending on the circulation, and the tour is only 3.5 kilometers. Halfway, we have an obligatory stop, 5 to 10 minutes for the horses, where they can drink and eat at every tour. Our horses only work 8 hours a day, followed by a minimum of 2 days rest. And there we are very strict in this format for operations. And during the days off, I think it's important that our resting horses are in paddocks or in grazing fields, not locked up in a barn or in their boxes. Especially to our format of economical work, the price, the length of the tour, the route, and the operating hours all are decided by the city government, not by the operators. Otherwise, some would squeeze out their horses. So control is important. We have welfare protections in place. A water fountain built by the city government is an obligatory stop on every tour. They can drink what they want. We can cool down the horses and even in summertime shower our horses there. Once we have more than 30 centigrade Celsius, our tours stop. Horses then go to the shade, or if it's a whole day more than this temperature, they go home and do not work. We have an annual veterinary obligatory inspection, fit to work, just to say the same like fit to compete in competitions. And at random, the checks by the city, the state, or the welfare vets are really there. We have a transparent and open book policy, the visit of our stables, the paddocks. You give 1 call and you are allowed in. Important also that we take care of our horses after their career, so post-career retirement stays in our stables. But sometimes we still have complaints from the public. This year it were 6 that the city registered, but none of them had any follow-up because mostly people that do not know about horses make a remark. Use does not necessarily mean abuse, and I'm very supporting this theme that the World Horse Welfare put forward today. So I can tell you that working horses with a correct working system become trained athletes and they become our companions. 85% of the horses in Bruges live more than 20 years, and the oldest one that we had became 33 years old. And after their career, they retire for many years in our 5-star hotel facilities. What we want is happy horses. Happy horses can work, and if you have distressed horses, they won't work for you. And to remind you also that our stable is the only recognized horse and donkey sanctuary in the province of West Flanders, Bruges. This proves that we are on the good way for working with our horses. So we even take in our stables horses that were confiscated by animal welfare and or the police. To end up, I will show you the ultimate Brugian example, one of our 25 horses that came to us in our stables. It's a 100% new Forester. He's an oversized pony, now 24 years old. But when he was 4, he was broken into the saddle, but never put in the harness. He came to our team, and that working horse had no walking machine trainer at home. Our horses walk in the city under the supervision of experienced horse people. And it was a really special horse with a character, because you need a character to become the Belgian champion in driving. Afterwards, he was selected for 4 world championships of the FEI, and he did more than 100 FEI competition. Not to forget that he started as a working horse in the Brugian city. It's a normal working horse. We did not buy him for much money, but people make horses and train and create them. He's active in riding. My son did eventing with it. He was there for film work. Also, the film in Bruges with Colin Farrell was with him in the carriage. Horses are social animals. So on the stage, in the theater, and in the carriage in Bruges, and for the film work. So I want to conclude, and I hope that you are convinced that real working horses in a correct and controlled environment become happy companions. Professional work ensures them a life guarantee. It brings money to the company, and therefore we take care of them for the vets, the blacksmith, the vaccinations, and their retirement. If there is no money, if there is no work, probably they would be abandoned and will not end up their life so long. So use, even in Bruges, might never become abuse. And if you see the horses standing on the market square, it gives them a job, but it must be under a severe control. By working, horses are also using more their hooves and come back to their historical roots. Use, abuse, hooves and roots. And horses have to work, ladies and gentlemen, because then they stay physical in a good shape and become athletes. To end up, I want to end with this sentence. No excuse for any misuse of horses, but let me seduce you to visit us all in Bruges. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mark, for that impassioned defence of the use of horses in sport and indeed business, so long as equine welfare is truly put first and deeply embedded in every aspect. Now I'd like to introduce to you our next speaker, Dr. Tamara Tadich, who is an esteemed doctor in veterinary science and associate professor at the Universidad Austral de Chile, whose research covers topics related to working equid welfare, their physiological responses to work, and human-animal interactions, to speak to us today about use and abuse. Thank you, Tamara.
Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to take a moment just to thank World Horse Welfare for the invitation and the opportunity to share with you some of the research that we have been doing with working equids. So first, what do we mean by a working equid? They are horses, donkeys, mules, Highness that provide or facilitate obtaining a resource for their caretakers. And in this way, they are an essential component of the livelihoods of millions of families worldwide. Their contribution to society can be made in different ways. It can be a direct contribution through, for example, providing transport or providing milk, or when we use them in a tourism activity where they allow to generate income. But they can also have indirect contributions, for example, by providing or generating the energy that allows other machines to work, or by increasing the resilience of the communities in which they are inserted. However, today, many people wonder if it is ethical to use equids as a means of work, or if by now we should be thinking about replacing these equids by other type of technologies. So maybe we can look at this within one welfare framework. And for this, we need to understand that both the welfare of the equids and the welfare of their caretakers or humans are interrelated. And this occurs within different ecological contexts. So we need to understand how, when using a horse or a donkey or a mule, it can affect the welfare of people and vice versa. And in this way, for example, we have seen that when the use of horses is banned, it directly affects the welfare of their caretakers because they cannot generate a means of living anymore. But also, they cannot generate income that allows them to keep these horses. And that may result in these horses being sold or maybe being taken to a slaughterhouse or abandoned. And in that way, their welfare is also affected. So every decision that we take on a working equid has consequences in both the people and the animals. And to understand this, we need to ask ourselves not only scientific questions about the welfare of the animals, but we also need to start asking ourselves ethical questions, political, economical, and productive ones. And this requires us working with other professionals, people from humanities, also people from animal science, and try to find solutions to these problems, not only from a single point of view, but a more integrative or holistic point of view. So, for example, we know that working equids make a great contribution to many of the sustainable development goals that have been developed by the United Nations. And although working animals or animal welfare is not mentioned in any of the 17 goals, we do know that they are interrelated. For example, with the first SDG of no poverty, working equids contribute by generating income, or with the zero hunger SDG. Equids can contribute by producing food, for example, milk or meat, but they can also contribute by taking food to different markets to be sold. They also make a great contribution in many countries to gender equality. And they do this by alleviating women's work, but also by empowering them. And of course, they produce clean energy that in many situations is more affordable. And they can also allow people that may not have technical or professional studies to have a decent work, and by those means produce economic growth. And another way that working equids contribute is through climate action. We know that working equids can replace the use of fossil fuels, and in that way they generate less contamination, but also they have a lower impact on soil compactation and can contribute through this way. So we know that working equids can contribute to sustainability and to the Sustainable Development Goals, but can we consider that the use of working equids is sustainable? Well, we do know that a system that involves the use of animals cannot be considered sustainable without animal welfare. So animal welfare is a core piece of sustainability. And we also know that equids need to promote their own welfare, and this is going to be affected by some of the animal factors, but also by external factors. And in that way, we have all the resources that the caretakers are able to provide to them: food, housing, care. And we also know that most working equid caretakers are aware of their equids needs. So they try their best to keep their horses or donkeys in the best conditions that they can. They know that if they don't have their equid, they will not be able to work. And if they're not able to work, their welfare is going to be affected. And as in any other activity that involves the use of equids, we need to generate a positive human-equid relationship. And we know that this relationship will depend on all the previous interactions that people have with the animal. And these interactions can be negative, they can be positive, or they can be neutral. In order to have positive interactions, people require to have knowledge about the animal that they're working with. They need to be motivated to work with an animal. We need people to have a positive attitude towards their working equid, and that will depend on the perceptions that they have about it. And we also know that this relationship will depend on the empathy of the caretaker and also the capacity that they have to access different resources that are required. As in sport horses, caretakers of working equids interact with them continuously through different cues, which can be pressure release commands or a voice command. And all these interactions are going to have effects on the behavior, the health, and the balance of their working equid. And we also need a working equid that is fit to work. Among the considerations that caretakers need is that not all working equids are the same. So we have here different species that have different needs. And many people expect a donkey or a mule or a hinny to behave as a horse. And this is not the case. And this can result in negative interactions, especially with mules, which are considered to be more aggressive than horses. But many times this is due to the lack of knowledge of how mules behave and their needs. So what do we know by now? We know that most of this relationship between the caretakers and their working equids depends on the level of human and animal empathy. And what we have found until now is that those owners that have higher levels of human-animal empathy are better, for example, at recognizing painful conditions in their animals. And this means that they call faster the vet. Obviously, this happens when a vet is available. But they are aware when their horse or any other equid is not able to work. But it's just that sometimes they can't take the decision of not working that day. We also know that owners that have higher human-animal empathy keep their animals in better welfare conditions, and they usually also have a more positive attitude towards their equid. And what is really interesting is that these owners are usually the ones that perceive their own quality of life as good. So why do we see situations when this use can become abuse? It usually happens when owners lack enough information of how to treat or how to behave with their animals. And this leads to a negative human-animal interaction and relationship. Many times this is associated with people relying on traditions, which may not work with working equids, or using equipment that is not fit for the working equid and can have negative consequences on their health and the behavior of the animal. And a really interesting component is the lack of understanding of learning theory, just as in the case of sport activities. With working equids, we need owners to understand how horses learn, and equitation science should be used when training horse owners. And because they don't know how their equids learn, we see that they're not using the right equipment, or that they use too much pressure, and they rely on Payne for their animals to answer to their cues. And another aspect that we need to consider is that sometimes the resources such as veterinary care or materials are not available within the communities, and this doesn't allow them to, for example, build correct harnessing systems. And when you don't have a good harnessing system, this is going to result in lesions and pain and other negative animal welfare situations. But this is not the case for most owners, and many of these situations that cause poor animal welfare can be overcome when we find local solutions or when we're able to train owners. Also, the recognition of the contribution that working equids do for each local economy by the government is important. And the development of local policy can also help to improve the welfare of these animals by regulating their use. But we also need to consider that many owners don't read or write. So even if we have like a really good and nice animal welfare regulation to protect these animals, we need to make sure that this information can be acknowledged by the caretakers and the people that are working with these animals daily. Most owners understand that they need an equid in a good welfare state in order to work and maintain their livelihoods. And most owners also consider their horses as part of their family. So they don't want their animals to be in bad conditions. And that is something that we also need to acknowledge. And just to end, I also think it's relevant to understand that for a big part of society, working equids seem to be something of the past, or maybe they distance themselves from these communities, and they don't understand the ability or the capacity that a working animal has, or bad activities they can use without it becoming abuse. So we also find that within, especially urban or big cities, people may have a negative perception of these animals, but also because they are not able to recognize their contribution, and also the contribution of the people that keep them. And we all have the opportunity to make these activities more visible and to communicate better how these animals are taken care for. And by changing these perceptions and understanding better how these animals are used, I think we can also understand when it is actually abuse, or when we are just generating a really rich interaction between people and animals. So I hope that I have been able to provide some ideas and maybe leave some open questions for us to talk about later during the questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tamara. That was a very insightful look at the factors that drive the difference between the use and abuse of working equids. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please remember you can keep the conversation going on Twitter with the hashtag #HorseUseNotAbuse. Now we move from South America to North America, and I'd like to introduce our final speaker in this session, Matt Brown. Now, Matt is a lifelong horseman, a 5-star competitor who actually calls himself a student of the sport of 3-day eventing. Matt, we look forward to hearing your personal view about equine use and abuse in sport. Over to you, Matt.
Good morning, Your Royal Highness, lords, ladies, and gentlemen. Thank you very much for allowing me to come and speak to you all today. I'm very honored to be a part of this conference. I'll start right out by saying that I am not a public speaker. I'm much more comfortable with horses in front of me than a group of people. And even though I can't see you right now, I know that you're out there. So if you don't mind, instead of visualizing you all being nude, I think I'll just visualize you all as horses. So hope that's okay. This topic of use versus abuse is something that's very important to me on a daily basis while I'm riding or while I'm teaching. I find myself asking questions of, what is force versus what is pressure? How much pressure is too much pressure to put on the horse? And I think it's something that it's an important thing for all of us to be thinking about and discussing like this. I don't think that there's any clear answer necessarily to that question, but I think in having personal conversations and in having conferences like this, I think we should be able to get closer to some of those answers. The reason why I'm here today is because earlier in the year, I wrote a blog for the Chronicle of the Horse. It was around the time that the controversial Mark Todd video was floating around social media. And I made clear in the article, and I'll make clear again right now, that the article was really not about Mark Todd. I was inspired to write the article based on the sort of general reactions that I was seeing online and in person. And that reaction was generally a justification for pretty common methods of training horses that are really no longer acceptable today, and a sort of collective defensive reaction to having the ways that we have been taught to train horses, how many of us grew up riding and training, being called into question. Ultimately, we need to understand as trainers and as professional riders that we may have differing views on, we each individually have differing views on what constitutes abuse versus force versus pressure. But I think the thing that is really important for us to keep in mind is that the general public has no appetite for anything even resembling abuse, or a rider getting frustrated and taking that frustration out on the horse. We have to accept that society already has a very fragile relationship to the acceptance of horses in sport. And that's something that while we're talking about these issues, we have to keep top of mind. This moment in horse sports to me is very similar to what's been happening within the Me Too movement. Things that used to be common practice and done in a not so secret way, maybe behind the closed door or behind the barn, are really not acceptable anymore. And instead of trying to defend some of those common practices, we each individually need to do better for the horses. We need to be better people for the horses, better trainers for the horses. And we need to be willing to call out bad behavior when we see it. I got into horses because I love horses. I have always thought that they're fascinating. From the first time I saw a horse in person, I knew that I wanted to work with horses for the rest of my life. Pretty soon, once I became competent, not good by any means, but once I became competent, I became the guy who would get on the quote unquote bad horses and make them do whatever it was that they weren't doing in the moment. I became the strong guy that could get on and sort of manhandle the horses into submission. Many of us were taught to train horses this way. I certainly was taught that way. And I was taught to either dominate the horse or the horse is going to walk all over you. I heard so many times, don't let the horse win. Like training horses is somehow a battle to be won or lost. Pretty quickly, I became tired of being the enforcer. I didn't enjoy the horses anymore. The horses certainly didn't enjoy me. And once I started adding competitions into the mix, it sort of was a recipe for disaster. All of a sudden, the pressures of a competition, my need to prove myself as a rider, and my attempt to win, being me taking my frustrations out on the horses. It became another excuse to act out with the horses. And it just was a bad combination. And being in competitions, I certainly have witnessed the heights to which horses can take a person. And unfortunately, I've also witnessed riders who, reaching for those heights, have made decisions that unfortunately jeopardize their horses' health and well-being. I will say that some of the changes that the FEI has made recently, removing the submission score and replacing it with the harmony score, I do think goes a long way in getting riders to focus more on the harmony rather than the submission of the horse. But I think little changes like that do ways to helping change the culture when it comes to how we train horses. It can very easily feel like we're stuck between two options. One, in training horses, is either dominate the horse and use force to train the horse, or don't use force and let the horse walk all over you. Or in competition, it can feel very often like either be competitive and possibly make decisions that have the likelihood of jeopardizing your horse's health and well-being, or value the horse and sacrifice your ability to be competitive. Don't get me wrong, I still make mistakes. I am by no means perfect. I can still react badly in the moment. I certainly don't get it right all the time. The difference now is that I do my best not justify what I did by either blaming the horse or act as if I used a valid training technique. Ultimately, what I do nowadays is at the end of the day, I try to keep myself honest and ask myself questions about how I did during the day. I ask myself, did I help the horses become more comfortable and confident? Did I help the horse better understand my expectations and what I'm asking the horse to do? If I was getting frustrated, did I catch myself? Did I stop and rethink in that moment? Maybe changing how I was asking for things instead of taking that frustration out on the horse. And did I let the pressures of this job, this industry, the pressures of the upcoming competition or the pressures from the horse's owners, did I let any of those pressures control how I was working with the horse that day? And then when it comes to competitions, I have some really close friends, Adam Snow and Shelley Underdonk, who recently wrote a book called Winning with Horses. I believe it's coming out sometime in the spring. But Adam and Shelley really helped me with my strategy for competing. And Adam, I should say, was a 10-goal polo player and one of America's greatest polo players of all time, competed all over the world, actually, for the Queen, I think. And Shelley is a vet, and they really together found this sort of special sauce for them when it comes to being able to make Adam super competitive, but at the same time, not being willing to sacrifice the horse's health for the competition. And so in the book, they remind us to observe, listen to the horses, listen to our mentors, listen to our own gut and instinct. Of course, horse before competition, horse first, competition second. Another strategy that they have is separating the roles in competition so that you have, quote, the competitor and, quote, the horse advocate. So many times in competition, the problem arises when it comes to the welfare of the horse when we as competitors are trying our best to compete, and our desire to compete can sometimes make us not make the best decision in the moment for the horse. And in separating these two roles, the horse advocate really is a close advisor to the rider who really knows the horse well. And those types of decisions are really put in the court of the advocate, which frees the competitor up, not only to focus on the competition, but also not worry if they're making the right decision for the horse. They'll be having that in mind, but in putting the decision-making with the horse advocate can just make things more clear. And I think for me, it's been a very helpful way to approach my competitions. Why do we continue to accept horses being treated in this way? Is it because they're big and potentially dangerous animals? Is it because we're focused more on our personal goals and less on the horses? I think if we're being honest, the truth is that calling horses dangerous or disobedient or jerks or whatever is really just a way for us to justify our lack of evolution and progress in horse training. And instead of admitting that what used to be okay is no longer acceptable, we are excusing and defending our own lack of understanding of how horses process and learn. We're admitting that we lack the patience or the skill to train the horses to be willing partners without force or abuse. I'm not going to say that things like training aids like whips and spurs are abusive, but whether they're abusive or not really depends on how they're being used. And that's something that we personally as riders and trainers need to answer for ourselves, and something as a community that we need to come together and answer. I think that continuing to practice these kind of harsher training methods certainly doesn't make us villains. None of us are perfect, and we shouldn't be, strung up in the public square because we do that. But hopefully by bringing these issues out of the shadows and into the harsh light, we can hopefully help seek a better way to train the horses and to evolve as horse people. Because certainly our horses deserve better, and I truly believe that the continuation of these sports that we love so much are dependent on that. So ultimately, I think the important thing that I have learned from writing this article, from the feedback that I've gotten from the article, is that each and every one of us needs to be willing to not only point fingers, but to look at ourselves and how we were taught in the past, and to really honestly examine whether we should be training horses differently, or if we could use a different technique. I think that there's been a lot of evolution in our understanding of horses over time, and in our understanding of sports psychology over time. And we each individually need to be willing to sort of take a look at those things. But at the same time, even though it's very difficult sometimes to jump into the mix and talk about these issues in an open way for fear of being, villainized or alienating people, I think we also need to be willing to speak up and, in a humble way, ask these questions, because I don't think the best way to, make change isn't to keep our heads down and just keep kind of plugging along, which a lot of us professionals tend to do. So I think I'm really glad we're having types of conversations. I really hope that the conversation and conversations within this conference go out and create more conversations out in the horse world at large. And I hope that we're all capable of being open and honest with how we talk about these issues. Thank you very much for allowing me to come and speak with you today. I promise I'm a better horse trainer than I am a public speaker. Thank you again for caring about this issue and being a part of this conversation, because it's going to take all of us being vulnerable, open, and honest about these types of issues, or to create the change and to move forward and evolve and improve the lives of horses, and especially to improve the lives of our competition horses. It's been a true honor to be here and to be a part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matt, for that welcome perspective from the sport world. Now we have some time for questions and answers for our three presentations today. We've learnt lessons from the pandemic about how we can work in sort of hybrid format. So today we've got our three speakers zooming in from North and South America and Europe, and you have a very boring veterinary MP chair trying to grapple with an iPad and a script. So what could possibly go wrong? So hopefully now we will be having our panelists join us, and I think Mark actually is at an airport as well, so that adds a bit of frisance to that as well. So have we got any questions from the floor first up? If you could raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question from the floor, and then someone will bring you a microphone. Okay, there's one there. Yep. Gentleman here in the middle.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Paget from the National Horse Racing College in the north of England. I'd like to thank each of the three speakers for fascinating insights and candid presentations. One of the things that strikes me, having had in a previous life where I was in the military for a lot of years, I went to some parts of the world where things that we would perhaps deemed to be abuse, if they were to happen in first world countries, let's just put it like that, would be very, very differently viewed where the conditions in which the people were living, where their children were living, the life that they experienced gave them a completely different perspective. And I think one of the things I would suggest, and I'm interested in other views, is whether or not there is even a definition of use or abuse, because it depends on the context.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Which of the panelists would like to tackle that? Matt, I can see you're nodding your head. Would you like to tackle that about in terms of definitions?
Sure, yeah. I think this is one of the issues with talking about use and abuse, because I don't think there's one definition. I think that it is an unclear issue. It's a gray area. And I think this is part of the reason why it's a difficult subject to talk about, because it's a personal one for people who are working with horses. But I think the goal is to come closer to a worldwide definition, and to make this gray area, instead of this big, to make it a little bit of a smaller gray area, so that we can get pushed closer to the ability to have horses live and work with us in a way that is both acceptable for us and acceptable for them. I think, to me, one of the biggest issues to overcome sort of across the board with sports and workhorses is the traditions. I think that in the sport world, we have our systems, and I think they're very good systems, and I think that the old school masters have a lot to teach us. But I think that while it's easy to just kind of fall back on our traditions, we also have to be willing to look at new research and the development of our understanding of horses. And I think that's one of the things that makes this a very difficult subject to talk about with, other sportsmen or horse owners, because we all get kind of stuck in the tradition of things.
Thank you very much. I've got a lot of questions that are coming in, so I'm not probably going to go to every panelist for all of the questions, so we can get through more questions. And I'll ask you, when you ask your questions, to be very concise and brief to see if we can get through a lot. I'm going to go to the virtual questions first, alternating. To the panel then, are we going to come to a point where the use of animals becomes completely unacceptable? So I don't know whether Mark or Tamara want to take that one.
Yes, I would respond to it. We have to inform those that are not informed. And we as horsey people, we all know our work, how we have to deal with our animals, companions. But those that do not know the horse world should be informed. And this is a real message we have for future: transparency, open policy, no closed door, media, education. And why not bring, for those who will ride and drive horses, that they have licenses. My daughter of 16 is using a motorcycle and she needs a license, education. So I think this could be one of the good situations that the professional people working with horses should be licensed or educated. And this is my main remark, because at this moment you can buy a horse and a pony without any knowledge, and afterwards it becomes abuse and abandonment, and this is not correct.
Thank you very much, Mark. Okay, back to the auditorium. Lady here, just towards the front here. Thank you.
Hi, Ruth Dancer from White Griffin. Mark mentioned in his speech about 2.6 million hectares of land being used for equids, and Tamara talked about the Sustainable Development Goals, which was the first time I'd heard that discussed. Do you see value in talking about the environmental concerns regarding equids and equine sports and social license, or should we keep those topics separate?
Thank you very much. Tamara, do you want to take that question? Did you hear that?
Yes. Thank you for the question. And I think we need to start talking about all these subjects together. We need to talk about the impact that breeding horses can have on the environment. And social license is essential. I mean, that is what has been making the change in how we relate with animals and how we change our views on sports that are using horses or even working horses. So I think that these are essential concepts that we need to take into account when considering how we are interacting with these animals. And horses can have many benefits on the environment. Again, it's how we manage those breeding centers where we have a lot of horses, or how we are using horses to keep the environment. So it's that thin line that is always our decision. So yes, I think we have to start talking about both, and social license is an essential concept for sport horses, for working horses, for any activity. Those are the values that change our view.
Thank you very much, Tamara. So we have a question coming in now online from Dr. Teresa Hollands. Roly mentioned in his speech the challenge of equine obesity, and that's a massive challenge to unite us, a massive risk to equine welfare. But professionals award these horses rosettes. So how do we support leaders? So equine obesity, how can we drive change there? Matt, I see you nodding your head there. Yep.
So to me, these types of issues, whether it's obesity or when you see horses who are under-muscled or underfed, I think we can use the rules that govern sport or govern the ownership of horses to help with those things. And I think the judges' education and the rules by which judges are scoring horses in competition definitely can change. I think that one issue that I see in our sport a lot is the tightness of nosebands. But in my opinion, one of the big issues with riders, cranking their horses' mouths shut is the fact that a lot of dressage judges will automatically score the horse down if they see the horse's mouth open at all, or see the horse's tongue at all. And I think that there are lots of little things like that where riders have learned to adjust to meet what they believe the judges are looking for. And if the judges tend to score better a bigger, full-bodied horse, then yeah, they're going to feed their horses more. And so I think that there are a lot of consequences for horses in sport related to riders and competitors adjusting their programs or their management of the horse to try to fit the competition and how those horses are being judged. But luckily, we have our national governing bodies and the FEI who, if we lobby them, can make changes.
Thank you very much, Matt. Okay, question to the floor. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Brian Perry from the University of Edinburgh. I very much enjoyed Tamara's talk. I wonder whether the context of the SDG contributions needs to be better put in terms of the agricultural contributions and livelihood contributions that the equids make in terms of moving potatoes to market, moving sugarcane, transporting water in dry environments, in terms of, so putting it in a context that the International Development Committee understands and therefore leading to quantification and data on those contributions to the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So a question on the context of the work. Tamara.
Yes, I totally agree. It's a shame that when we read the 17 SDGs, the word working animal, independent if it's an equid or above it, doesn't appear. And I think it's essential to take them into account. And we really need more research to quantify the contribution of these animals to society. It's really difficult to find work. There are a couple of studies that try to assess the economic contribution, but we have a social contribution, we have an economic contribution, that, yes, I totally agree that it should be more straightforward within the SDGs, and we should start talking more about how these animals are necessary to achieve the SDGs. And I only mentioned some examples, but we could probably link them to each one of the 17.
Thank you very much, Tamara. I've got a question that's come in for Mark. Mark, how could we promote the program that you have established in Bruges in other cities, potentially around the world?
Very good question. That's the reason why you have to work together with the governments, the locals or the national ones, and you have to be a horseman. You have to know what horses can work, produce, and so on. Our example in Bruges is for many UNESCO heritage cities like Vienna, Warsaw, Sevilla, and so on, is a standard. But we have to work together to bring this standard with professional people taking care of the animals under supervision of the equine vets and with advice of the animal welfare. And we have to work together. We do not have to fight against each other, because this is my call, what I'm launching here. By working, horses use their roots and their hooves, like I told. As more as they work, the better it will be athletes, and the better for the generations to come, they will continue. Do not let our ponies and horses become grazing machines, because then we have problems. So using, working, sporting, tourism, recreation with horses should be promoted. It's good for the health, and it's also good we do not use electricity, no fossil fuels, and traction with horses going to the market could be a real social program. So really work together, do not fight against each other. Get licenses and people that know their job. And if there is one not obeying or not respecting the rules, then we should give him a yellow or a red card, and then he's out of working with horses. This is my opinion. Horse welfare is prejudiced, and we all together from Europe, North and South America, and World Horse Welfare, this is the goal to go in 10 years.
Thank you, Mark. That's great. We've got time for one very, very brief question up at the back there. Yeah.
My name is Joe Collins. I'm the Chief Veterinary Advisor at the Donkey Sanctuary. I was very fortunate last month to visit with Mark in lovely Bruges. Sadly, I'm not Colin Farrell, but I recommend the movie as well as the city. Mark, you mentioned licensing, and I wonder, outside of the context of city carriage driver operators, would you encourage groups of equestrians, those involved with leisure and pleasure horses, ponies, donkeys, mules, to proactively seek licensing almost as a safeguarding mechanism longer term, because by having a licensing system, we might protect our space better into the future.
Thank you, Colin Farrell, for your question. Mark, can I ask you to be very, very brief, because we need to break for coffee soon.
I agree 200% with this statement. If you want to work with animals, you need an education, you need an exam. And as a president of the Flemish Federation, I always ask that riding and driving people had first in advance a license, an education of some weeks about the horse, the spirituality, and so on. So 200%, Joe, you are my friend.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you, Joe, for an excellent question. Thank you. So that brings us to the end of our first session. So we can get a break to have some tea and coffee. So just to let you know what's going to be on offer over the next few minutes, we will return to the theatre. I'm going to check with Roly. 12:05, we'll be back in business. We invite our theatre guests to a cup of coffee and our virtual guests to grab a cup of coffee at home before they view our Charity in Actions film. And remember to keep the conversation going on Twitter with the hashtag #HorseNewsNotAbuse. Thank you, everyone, for a fascinating morning. Enjoy your tea and coffee, and see you back at 12:05.
Transportation is a key activity that many equines, including those that live in the UK and across Europe, undertake on a regular basis, with most being transported at least once in their lives. However, it is also an activity that, if not done properly, can be of high risk to not only the horse, pony or donkey being transported, but the handlers and drivers involved, and also other road users. And how can we ensure that this use of horses does not become abuse? Both the UK and the EU are currently reviewing their animal transport legislation, and Wild Horse Welfare has worked determinedly to develop recommendations that ensure the welfare of all equines is protected throughout a journey, from pre-departure through the journey to unloading and beyond. One of the main recommendations that we are proposing is for animal transport legislation to be extended to ensure that all equines, irrespective of whether they are moved for economic gain or not, meet certain minimum standards and are not derogated. In addition, we would like to see commercial movements and journeys over 4 hours in length held to higher standards. However, this does not mean that shorter journeys should be exempt. We are fully aware that even short journeys can cause stress and pose a welfare risk to horses being transported. We know that the majority of leisure journeys undertaken in the UK are short journeys, up to 2 hours. However, research shows us that even on these short journeys, horses can still become injured and are still susceptible to developing disease. Wild Horse Welfare is calling for a maximum 12-hour journey time for all equines, for most journeys undertaken by road or sea when using a roll-on or roll-off ferry, with exceptions for remote areas such as the Shetland Islands. For equines, except those destined for slaughter, we are advising that the 12-hour journey time can be split into shorter journeys, so as long as the journeys are all taken within a 21-hour period and the maximum journey length does not exceed 12 hours, after the 12-hour journey or the 21-hour period, the horses must then rest for 9 consecutive hours before it can be transported again for up to 12 hours. With horses destined for slaughter, the 12-hour journey time must be a finite journey, meaning that the horse must reach its destination, i.e. the slaughterhouse, within 12 hours. The horse cannot be unloaded, unreloaded, or taken on multiple journeys. For journeys over 4 hours in length, unless an owner is transporting their own horse, in which case we propose the journey limit to be 8 hours, and for all commercial movements, we propose that these journeys must be undertaken in a Type 2 authorised vehicle. The type and design of the vehicle is extremely important consideration, as Philip van de Capelle will now explain.
Hello, and welcome to World Horse Welfare. I'm absolutely delighted and honoured for being invited to tell you something about the importance of vehicle design and the certification requirements when shipping horses by road. So, in a nutshell, it's extremely important to make sure that your vehicle is well maintained and in top condition before you start a journey. Breaking down in the middle of the countryside with your horses in the back is your worst nightmare. Of course, your vehicle should be designed and suitable for the number of horses and the breed of the horses you plan to take on your journey. And drivers should have sufficient knowledge of the vehicle they are operating. He or she must know how to operate the ventilation and the lighting systems, the tracking and the navigation devices. Preferably, they should also have some basic technical knowledge, like knowing where to find the fuse box. When looking at certification, there are 3 documents that people sometimes forget about. First of all companies should have an authorization to move horses. Every single vehicle must be certified. And third, finally, your driver should carry a live animal transport authorization. Depending on the country and the length of your journey, there might be some exceptions, but beware that all former UK certificates and authorizations are no longer valid in EU member states since Brexit. And the titles which were issued in an EU member state are no longer valid in the UK. So when taking your horses across the channel, make sure that you have all required documents before starting your first journey. Cheerio!
Space allowance is another crucially important element that we are all wanting to see improved, with horses being given more space to adjust themselves and find their balance. Here is Dr. Barbara Padalino to tell us why.
Good morning. Why is the estimation of the minimal space allowance during horse transport so difficult? First of all, we should point that giving the same space for each horse is not correct, because horses come of different shapes and sizes. Therefore, the current 1.75 square meter per horse could be a lot for a pony, but very small for a draft horse. Would it be better to speak of stocking density, such as 200 kilograms per square meter, like in other livestock? Unfortunately not, because 2 horses can be both of 600 kilograms, but one is short and wide and the other is tall and narrow, so they need different space to stand a balance in transit. Moreover, 100 horses must travel individually, in single pay, about 70 centimeters wide, in a 1.5 pace, about 100 centimeters wide, or even travel loose in a 3-pay space, which is about 6 square meters. Unfortunately, there are very few studies on the effect of space allowance. It was shown that traveling in 1.5 pace was better for balancing than traveling in a single pay, and traveling in small single pay resulted associated with more health problems, in particular injuries at the tail and at the head, and respiratory disorder. So how about you consider the space around each horse? The EFSA opinion suggests an approach to estimate the minimal space needed by each horse in transit to accommodate its physical size, to balance, urinate, move the head up and down, eat, drink, rest, and thermoregulate. Having space around is essential indeed to lose heat. EFSA suggested at least 20 centimeters around the horse, so 40 centimeters more than the total length of the horse, calculated from the nose to the tail with the neck parallel to the ground, and 40 centimeters more than the widest point, which usually are the hips. However, we need more data to confirm this recommendation. Thank you for the attention.
Finally, I want to highlight the need for competent people only to be involved in the transport of equines and for the horse themselves to be trained. Wild Horse Welfare has propose that everyone, from leisure riders to professional transporters involved in transport, have undertaken some form of government-approved competency training. Dr. Carol Hall will provide a bit more detail now.
Most people who transport horses by road will have experienced some form of accident. Many very minor, but all are likely to have had a negative impact on the horse. Many of these accidents could have been avoided with better preparation and training. So, prepare your horse. Most incidents occur during the first hour of travel as the horse tries to adapt to the situation. Although most horses are trained to load, a lack of training and preparation for the actual travel can result in fear responses and related incidents, and both driving style and road conditions may result in instability. Simple practices can reduce the negative experience of the horse, such as travelling with a companion and ensuring that the horse is familiar with the vehicle. Also, check your vehicle. Select an appropriate vehicle. The design of many includes potential trap hazards such as partial partitions and breast bars. Check your vehicle and towing vehicle is not overloaded, and ensure safety checks have been carried out before every journey. Other drivers are a potential hazard, so make sure they are aware that you're transporting a horse by using clear signage on the vehicle. Better training for all those involved in horse transport, including drivers, handlers and trainers, is a priority in reducing the negative impact of road transport on the horse.
To ensure that the risk of transportation remains as low as possible, it is important that it is done to the highest possible standards. Today we've discussed just a few of our recommendations, but please do visit our website to see our full report.
Across our international programme, we are working with communities that use equids for a diverse range of activities. Equids contribute to people's livelihoods and income-generating activities, such as transporting coffee in the mountains of Colombia, delivering agricultural products to market in Cambodia, or carrying bricks in the brick kilns of Nepal. Other essential daily tasks include transporting children to school, delivering medical samples and treatment in the highlands of Lesotho, and transporting water to households in Haiti. It is a common belief that working equids are frequently abused, but in reality, many owners have great respect for their companions. Often in the places where equids are, the terrain is challenging, and the working conditions for both them and their owners is tough. There are cases of cruelty seen, but in many cases, owners of these equids have been marginalised themselves and are struggling to provide for themselves and their family. These equids are essential life givers to many of these people. It is important to address equine welfare holistically, ensuring that equids can support owners with good productivity whilst having a good quality of life. We asked some equid owners across our projects why their horse, donkey or mule is important to them.
¿Se vería afectada su vida si usted no tuviera su equido o su caballo?
Duro, porque dura la vida, porque el que él no mantiene a nosotros con el trabajito que hacemos con ellos.
បាទបងការងារសេះនេះគឺប្រចាំថ្ងៃគឺដឹកស្រូវដឹកដីបានជួយការងាររបស់ខ្ញុំជីវភាពរបស់ខ្ញុំហ្នឹងក៏បានដោយថាកម្លាំងសេះហ្នឹងហើយខ្ញុំក៏មិនប្រពៀនកម្លាំងសត្វហ្នឹងពេកដែរដាក់ទៅតាមតែកម្លាំងសត្វដែលមាននឹងតិចតួចហ្នឹងណាគ្រូ
It is clear through speaking to these equid owners, without their equid, their lives would be severely affected, and these uses are vital to these people's daily lives.
Why is your donkey important to you?
The donkey is very important to me because it helps me in the household chores to carry firewood, carry water, and even take children to the clinic.
So how is the donkey involved in daily tasks?
It carries water for use for domestic uses, and also we use it for plowing at the first day. Okay. And even to carry what we have needed from the first trip to our homes.
How would your life be affected if you didn't have donkeys?
Yeah, it was going to be difficult for me to, especially we traveled 12 kilometers to the clinic. I can't walk with a baby on my back to the clinic. They are playing a very good, and there are no firewood in this place. We have to travel maybe for 4 to 5 kilometers to look for firewood. So the donkeys are doing all that job.
So without the donkey, you won't even eat?
We're going to suffocate.
This diagram is an example of how an equid can contribute to many aspects of family life, how this links to rural and livelihood outcomes, and also contributes to the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs. Not only do equids benefit their owners directly, they have wider community benefits too in many places where there's poor infrastructure. The SDGs highlighted here are 1. No poverty, 2. Zero hunger, 3. Good health and well-being, 5. Gender equality, and 6. Clean water and sanitation. There are cases of abuse seen, but this is usually related to the tough realities and social issues that owners face. Lack of employment opportunities, lack of transport, children not being able to go to school.
Do you ever see donkeys being worked too hard or abused, and what can be done to solve this?
Yes, especially in our area, you know, I mean, let me say, especially here in Bedbridge, you see, it's like they work on daily basis, and because of unemployment, especially on the youth, they tend to use them to fetch some firewood from point A to B. You see, traveling for about maybe, if you from here to Bedbridge, it's nearly 48 kilometers. See what I mean? So somebody will be whipping them with a heap of firewood to go and sell to fend for their kids. You see what I mean? I think if the government can also intervene, whereby they can just introduce some maybe sort of some employments, mines can open or whatsoever, some courses people can need to be sent, especially the youth. They need to be sent to do some tertiary courses so that they can even be able to work for themselves. They can even go and look for employment. You know what I mean? So if the government can create employment, I think it will be reduced. The use of donkeys, I mean, it's uncalled for. You know, using such an animal, I mean, from some kilometers and kilometers, beating it, you see, it's not good.
So basically what you are trying to say, they are generating income using them, and that leads to abuse and being overworked.
Yes, that's what we are getting from them as CBLAs, because we always, I mean, approach them, we sort of advise them that, no, gentlemen, but why are you doing that? Why are you treating? I mean, that's cruel to animals. Why are you beating them? You saw it even that side in KB when that young boy was trying to just beat them. You see, in front of us. You know, I mean, we don't encourage that. You see, but no, you saw them. Those are youngsters who are supposed to be at school. I mean, you see, some parents are not sending their kids. They're not sending their kids to school because they do not have money. You see, but if at all, if the government can intervene, whereby if they say no education for all and free education for all, maybe it will also reduce that.
Our projects work with communities to raise awareness around overworking equids. Evidence of abuse is now decreasing, whilst the healthy equids have good productivity for their owners.
ទូទាំងឃុំខ្ញុំនឹងទាំងអស់គ្នាព្រោះលោកគ្រូបានគាត់មកចុះមកណែនាំគ្រប់ខែគ្រប់រៀងរាល់ឆ្នាំចា៎បាទលោកគ្រូគឺការពីដំបូងឡើយលោកគ្រូបានជួយគម្រោងខាងខ្ញុំអង្គការខាងជួយខាងខ្ញុំដាក់កញ្ចក់ផ្ទះហ្នឹងបានជួយជាសម្ភារៈបាទបងខ្ញុំទៅថ្ងៃអនាគតខ្ញុំចង់ឲ្យបានលោកគ្រូខាងអង្គការហ្នឹងចេះតែជួយចង់ផ្ដើមខ្ញុំរហូតដល់ថ្ងៃទីបញ្ចប់អញ្ចឹងណាដូចថាខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តនៅខាងលោកគ្រូអង្គការហ្នឹងចេះតែជួយមើលខុសត្រូវខ្ញុំបដាហើយសុខភាពក៏បានចេះតែមាំមួនទៅគ្រប់ទាំងសត្វនិយាយទៅគឺទាំងភូមិរបស់ខ្ញុំហ្នឹងចេះលោកគ្រូគាត់ចេះជួយតាមភូមិហ្នឹងរត់តែខែរត់តែឆ្នាំអញ្ចឹងណា
Okay. Many owners are showing great compassion for their equids, with skills on welfare-friendly handling developed by our partner organisations, ensuring that equids are not just viewed as a machine, but a sentient being.
Voy a bañarte porque estás con calor. Hoy no te bañé porque íbamos a hacerte, a vacunarte, a desparasitarte. Entonces te voy a bañar porque tenés calor. Quédate. Entonces, ahora te voy a bañar. Te voy a dar con el paste. A voltear. Con el paste para quitarte la tierra y te revolcaste.
As shown by these working equid owners, equids have an important array of uses, and without them, their families would suffer. In some cases, this use can become abuse, but it's usually a result of wider societal issues. We must work in partnership with people who can tackle these underlying issues, alongside our work of improving equine welfare, to maximise the impact of our work. Additionally, our partner projects will continue to work with communities on training owners on welfare-friendly handling techniques and raising awareness of overwork, which is already showing signs of success in communities where we've been working in for a number of years. The use of equids for these activities is essential in many areas and will be for many years to come. As such, we must continue to do what we can to support these equids and their owners.
Hi, my name's Chris. I'm here from World Horse Welfare and I want to talk to you today about when use becomes abuse. I'm going to talk about 3 cases that I've dealt with over the last few years and how they impacted me as a field officer. The first case that I want to talk about today is a job that I started in 2018. This was a rescue in Worcestershire and the Warwickshire area. I was called there and I visited one of her locations where I saw several horses being kept in an old school, and on each of these visits I noticed that the horses didn't have any additional feed whatsoever and they were all looking quite poor. My subsequent visits actually found that the horses, rather than improving, were actually deteriorating. Therefore, that gave me a lot of concern as a field officer. And initially I was told that the reason these horses looked poor was because they were rescue horses. For me as a field officer, when I investigate cases, I always have to sort of believe with what I see rather than what I hear. And what I was seeing is these horses were just deteriorating, which gave me great concern. This also made me contact other agencies. Another charity got involved, and this was resulting from a member of the public one day driving past one of these sites and seeing a collapsed horse. She went in to see what was wrong with this horse and actually found that it was dead. And while she was there, she found other horses that looked in a really poor condition, and the RSPCA were called. I then got a call to help the RSPCA round these horses up and so that the vet could examine each of them. So myself and a colleague went to meet the RSPCA and the vet, and we examined each of the horses. In total there was 13. One of these horses I mentioned was already dead, and following veterinary examination two other horses had to be euthanized under veterinary instruction. That left us with 10 horses which were removed and taken into World Horse Welfare to be boarded while the case was prosecuted. One of the most harrowing moments from the whole of this case was the The horse that was actually found dead, once it was post-mortemed, it was found that this horse had died of starvation. And the real sad part of that job is that horse actually died in a stable next to a barn that was absolutely full of food and hay. For me, that's just something that will stay with me forever, and something that, you know, should never have been allowed to happen. What this owner of this rescue did, for me, is just unfathomable, really. And when we actually were able to get the horses away and into our care, she received a lifetime ban. She also received 26 weeks imprisonment. And as far as we know, she's had no other horses since. The main thing that we're after when we're sort of prosecuting people in these situations is that we want to prevent any further animals from suffering. And that's the whole point of the disqualification order, so that no other animals can be in that person's care and be abused in the way that she did. So the next case that I wanted to talk about is a rescue that started back in 2019. This was a rescue that started in Wales with one female owner predominantly. She was at first getting quite a lot of attention from social media, and what she was actually doing is responding to any calls for welfare for horses and sort of travelling all over the UK simply with a trailer or a lorry and going and basically stealing those horses and taking them back to many locations that she had over in Wales. This was gaining her quite a lot of support because she was simply going out there and just taking these horses, like I say, stealing them, whereas us welfare officers obviously have to do it the legal way, which is to use the Animal Welfare Act and the police and the vets, and sometimes these can take time, which I understand can be quite a concern for the public, but this lady was just simply bypassing that and just going out and taking them. She was doing this for around 2 years, and over that time she had around about 137 horses in her care. This all became too much, and my colleagues over in Wales had to investigate her, and they'd spent many hours going out investigating her. And then I get the call one November night saying that they basically need me over in Wales to help go and examine all of these horses with the vet and the RSPCA. So I travelled over to Wales and was met by my colleague Tony. We had several horse lorries and boxes and trailers, and we basically spent the entire day driving all around the Welsh mountains collecting horses so that the vet could examine every single one of those. In total, 137 horses were seized during that operation, and they were all placed into a boarding facility where the owner was investigated and the prosecution was started. Once this prosecution was sort of gone through the courts, in the end the owner was found guilty for causing unnecessary suffering under the Animal Welfare Act and was sentenced with a 10-year disqualification order for all animals, and also she received a 26-week curfew with a tag. So out of the 137 horses, 135 were actually saved, and once the prosecution was ended, World Horse Welfare took 47 of those horses, which we were able to rehome. The other charities also took groups of horses. This was the RSPCA, Red Wings, Mare and Foal Society and the Blue Cross. The third case I want to talk about today is actually one that's still ongoing. When I first became involved with this rescue, it was around 2019, the winter of 2019, when they were based in the Bedfordshire area. I started my investigations along with the RSPCA, and from day one we found many concerns there. This lady was calling herself a rescue, but once again what we were noticing that the horses on each visit were not improving but actually deteriorating. And one of the things I always do as a welfare officer is when I'm on a welfare concern and I'm concerned about the weight of the horse, is to ask the owner to show me some food, hay and hard feeds if necessary. And on each of my visits I was asking this rescue to show me the feeds, and on each visit there was simply not enough. There was maybe enough to feed for one day and that was it, and we just kept hearing the excuses that the hay was going to be delivered that afternoon or the feeds were going to be delivered later that day, but we kept hearing these excuses time and time again. So a vet was called and in the early sort of stages of 2020, and further warning notices were issued. We then returned on a following visit with the vet a month later, and what we actually found was the horses had lost quite a significant amount of weight. At this point, the horses were all seized by the police, and we transferred 13 horses from that particular welfare concern into World Horse Welfare to be boarded while the prosecution was started. Unfortunately, at this time, it was around March 2020, and as we all know, that's when the COVID pandemic sort of hit the whole world, really. And we had a lot of problems arising because of that. One of the biggest issues was that the courts had to all close, and this put amazing pressure onto the CPS, the Crown Prosecution Service, and therefore they had to shed some cases, and the decision was made to basically not prosecute this particular rescue on the conditions that the owner accepted an adult written caution, and some of the animals were signed over. So of the 13 horses, 11 horses were actually returned to the owner, and this really upset me, and it also upset everybody here at Hall Farm, where the horses have been boarded, as the grooms had been looking after those horses for 6 months, and they'd seen them all come in a very poor condition, all underweight with various issues, to see them get back to full health, and then to have to load them all and send them back to an owner that we knew had allowed those animals to suffer. The owner has since left the Bedfordshire area, moved to another county, and I'm making further visits to basically investigate the welfare of the horses in her care. So with all three cases that I've just talked about today, there is obviously various results in each of those cases. 2 of those cases were seen through to prosecution, and the horses were given to World Horse Welfare, where we were able to give them a much better life than they were having with those rescues. And the third one I've talked about today is something that's still ongoing, and unfortunately that's the life as a welfare officer. You know, we have to sort of deal with every situation with how we find it, really. And what I really want to talk about today is the fact that with each 3 of these particular cases, the owners have completely and utterly abused the trust that the public had given to them, and they'd allowed horses to be given to them with owners and other people thinking that they were doing the right thing, but actually what was really happening is they were taking these horses in and getting all the support financially or through other ways through the public, and they were basically allowing these poor horses to suffer. You know, horses have died in these rescues, and that should never be allowed to happen. What this actually does is it leaves a lasting impact on the public out there, and it really messes with people's trust. And it may make people think twice about where they want to put their support in future. So all I would say to public out there that are wanting to support or get involved with charities is to do the research to make sure that they choose a charity that's registered and part of the Charity Commission, or a charity that's governed by NUC, the National Equine Welfare Council, where the necessary checks are done.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seat, and we will we'll get going as soon as we can. Thank you.
Pour some water so I'm ready with it.
Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you all had a nice cup of coffee here or wherever you are, and enjoyed the virtual presentations about use and abuse through the lens of World Horse Welfare's work. Now, we'd like to ask you again your views, so we're going to do a second poll, which you again can complete on the Slido app by clicking on the poll in the top right corner. So the question this time is there a need for consensus on what constitutes horse abuse and what is acceptable use? And the options that you will have is yes, it would be really useful for everyone. Yes, it would be really useful for the equestrian world to understand what is and what is not acceptable. Yes, it would be really useful for the general public to understand what is and what is not acceptable. Possibly, it's a good idea, but in reality, it is not practical. And finally, no, it's too complex to work. So we'll look at the results of that a little bit later. So I'd now like to move on to our next session and introduce our next two speakers who will look at our topic through a slightly different non-equestrian lens. The first is the prominent political strategist, Cain, who was the Director of Communications for the former Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, one of the many Prime Ministers that we've had this year. I was in number 10 last night, and I'm reassured to tell you there'll be no more Prime Ministers this year. Lee is the founder of the strategic advisory firm Charlesbye, is that right? Yep, Charlesbye. And Lee has played a key role in a number of successful campaigns. And we're going to hear from Lee about how public opinion plays a pivotal role in this use versus abuse debate. So over to you, Lee.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I'll just make sure my clicker is working before we start. There we go. Fantastic. There we are. Thank you for the very kind introduction. You've ruined most of my sort of first 2 minutes, so I can zip through a little bit quicker. As I stated, I was former director of communications in Number 10 and ran a number of political and public-facing campaigns, also including the COVID communications. So I think there's a link here between the sort of work that I've done in political circles and, you know, what everybody here is talking about today. And that is broadly, you know, in areas of difficulty and challenge and, you know, expresses of how does public opinion impact your industry? How does it impact, you know, your business, whatever it may be? And how can you use and shape public opinion to protect and enhance your reputation? I think the words of Abraham Lincoln that have been up there have probably never been more important than they are today. I think, you know, we look at public opinion and its impact on the discourse and debate we have on a range of topics, and we can see through things like new media in particular, how once an industry, an organisation, a politician, as we saw with Liz Truss, loses public opinion, the sort of, you know, the debate tends to go one way, and it becomes very, very difficult to convince people of your ideas and merits, because I think success in all industries and sectors hinges on convincing people of the merits of your ideas, on, you know, the reason that, you know, why are you conducting certain actions? Is it in the best interests of the society or your particular sector? And often, you know, industries they have a deep understanding of knowledge within their sector, but where they often fail is communicating that with the outside world. So, you know, previously public opinion seemed to just be the home broadly of, you know, of politicians. But as I say, new media has changed the game on that. And I think, you know, effective communicators in industry have to be able to talk to a much wider audience than traditionally was the case. So why is this difficult? It sounds a pretty simplistic thing. You have a challenge, you communicate your issues and findings with the public, should be relatively straightforward. But many organisations simply fail to adequately shape public opinions because they lose that debate, because much of what they say is either too much or too complicated for their particular audience. And in a society where people are inundated with information, whether that's, you know, TV, social media, radio, newspapers, whatever it might be, they're deluged with information from all quarters, and understandably filter out what isn't relevant to them. So you get a very, very small window in actually communicating with the public. So any sort of campaign, any issue that you want to, you know, adequately convey your message to the public, you have to know from the beginning, you know, what to say, how to say it, and who to say it to in order to win. Now, how do you go about achieving this? Well, I think fundamentally, many sort of organisations fail really at the basics. So even experienced communicators, and, you know, from my sort of previous world of politics, you'd see this quite often, where people confuse real strategic communications with that of sort of basic day-to-day tactics, which is spinning, if you will, taking the daily story, trying to get the best possible line on that daily story, trying to get their message into that particular daily story. But really, I think if you're going to shape and change public opinion on an issue, you need to understand where the public sits to begin with. Now, to do that, you have to use, you know, importantly, you have to use research to figure out, you know, where is the public currently on this debate? What do they think about your particular issue? And I think critically, why do they think what they think on your particular issue? And then once you understand why people think what they do, you can start to test your arguments and ideas and policies and see which are the best things that sort of chime with that particular audience. So by research, I'm sort of referring to things like focus groups and polling. These are things that are done very regularly within political circles. You know, we would regularly conduct polling focus groups right the way through election campaigns, or, you know, in COVID, for example, we would have daily evening focus groups with wide selections of the, of the population, and we'd find out, you know, the policies that we're conducting, how we're conducting them, what do people think, and that isn't so, you know, that shapes our policy in the sense of, you shouldn't just follow the public into the research. What you need to do is understand the research and say, okay, this is where the public are. They are not understanding some of the crucial decisions we're having to make. How do we explain this better so they understand why we're taking this action and they move from a sort of unfavourable position to a favourable one? Now, that is quite challenging. I think once you have the basis of this particular information, once you can sort of work out, what the public are thinking and why, it's then about building a sort of campaign framework. And I think while you're building campaigns, I think what you have to do is, as I say, for a sector, look at what are the issues that are important to us? What do we need the public to understand? And having a very disciplined focus on what are your priorities and prioritization. I think, too often people do far too much across a wide variety of areas, and again, it just gets drowned out because you're trying to communicate too much at one time. So prioritizing things in very narrow to 2-3 core issues that you need that sort of public sentiment on. Secondly, it's simplification. People will quite often use a lot of sort of buzz terms, use terms that are sort of well known maybe within their particular sector and remit, but the wider public have no idea about, the shorthand that you may use or, sort of in-house terms you may use. So simplify that down, find language that is incredibly accessible, that people will understand, and, don't make them work to understand your particular message. And third, which I think is often the hardest for organisations, is repetition. So once you've got your message, once you're happy, once you know it's going to resonate with the people you need it to, you need to get out, you need to be advocates for your sector, you need to be advocates for your industry, you need to be constantly communicating the reasons and merits for the decisions that you're making and why it's in the best interest of everybody that, you're taking the policy decisions that you are. That can be quite difficult. And, again, that kind of message discipline, I would say, Muhammad Ali used to say he didn't count sit-ups until they began to hurt. And it's the same thing with sort of good campaigns have been on. Until everybody on that campaign is bored to tears saying the sort of campaign messages over and over, when they're bored, you're starting to get somewhere, but it's only the very beginning. So having that total discipline to have your message on those core areas is incredibly important. Now, in terms of coming into sort of equestrianism and what this means for people here, and I should stress, I'm no expert in this particular sector, and that's often a strength because you can look at things slightly more broadly and sort of say, what are the issues that we think maybe the public would be carrying on this. And I've outlined 3 here. We have the whip, we have the Grand National, and we have broad sort of equine welfare, and they tie in together. So we can see the sort of visual of the whip, and people at home, laymen watching this sort of thing, will often brand this into believing it's some sort of cruel exercise, and it's something that shouldn't happen. And just from some basic research, I've seen from polling, it's 55% of people believe that it's something that should be, they're against the use of the whip. A lot of people believe it should be banned. And I think a lot of this sort of negative perception is probably just a lack of understanding of the hows and the whys. I know there's been changes with how the whip is used, and I think being able to communicate some of these changes, being able to understand the why the whip is used, I think it's a huge advantage to be able to go out and say, okay, we're not going to shy away from some of these issues. We are going to go and explain it, but you have to understand where the broad public would be in this. We've seen it in, I think particularly in other sports now, such as rugby or American football, where welfare of those taking part is paramount. We're looking at sort of concussion and those issues, but we move into sort of the Grand National, the shop window of the sport, really, in terms of horse racing, and people will see horses tiring, falling, occasionally, unfortunately, dying during the race. And again, we come to that, equine health and the general safety of the animals. And I think being able to explain to people, the broader user public, the fact that there have been safeguarding issues surrounding for using the whip. There have been reforms that make events like the Grand National much, much safer. And from a sort of equine welfare point of view, they are some of the best standards in the world. And there's a reason why, the sort of best in practice methods are used. And I think organisations basically have 2 roads they could go down when they hit these sort of controversial issues with the public. And by controversial, I mean, these are all the sort of issues that you're always one incident away from popping up and being on the front pages of the newspapers. And, you know, you don't want to be dealing with live issues when they're, you know, so prominent. So you can either shy away from those issues, you know, try not to talk about them and hope that nothing goes wrong, or you can get a deep understanding of where the public are, and you can be ready to go and explain those issues in a way that you don't think might be the best way to explain it, but you've got the data and the research to know your message is resonating with the general public. And that's when you can say, okay, the Daily Mail or whatever it might be is, you know, picking this fight with the industry, and they're trying to, you know, or the Guardian, you know, trying to outlaw this or ban that. Where you can say, well, actually, we know that with the work we've done and the explanations we have from the general public, they agree with us. So we can go and have a, you know, go and confidently make our case in the public and maybe have a little bit of a fight over this issue because we know the public are with us, but you have to do the work on that first. So that's my conclusion. So thank you very much. I'll be around for questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee. Thank you for that very insightful view from about public opinion. And I think in my role as a vet who's become an MP, thinking about the whip in horse racing, and now I think about the whip in Parliament. And yes, I'll leave that thought with you. So now we look at abuse and use through the lens of an entirely different species, and I'm sure in the audience there'll be some cat lovers as well. I'm a cat lover myself. Claire Bessant has recently retired as the Chief Executive of International Cat Care, a charity which develops evidence-based, pragmatic, cat-friendly solutions to a wide range of issues, taking into account human behaviour change. Welcome to Claire.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to do a tiny little chink of cat. I've come to this conference many times, so I don't just do cat, because I think it's really good to share different species and how we're approaching them. I love World Horse Welfare's approach. I think it's brave, it's thought-provoking, and hopefully thought-leading as well, which is what we hope we can be. So, during lockdown, we thought about ourselves rather a lot, and we thought, we've been around for 60 years, we do what we do, we know what we're doing and what we want to do, but how do we explain that? And we thought we really need some principles to think about how we approach lots of different things, and we work on the veterinary side right the way across to unowned cats as well, so a huge, anywhere where there's cats really. So we developed our cat-friendly principles, and in fact only 3 of them are about cats. 4 of them are about how we deal and work with people and ourselves. So the first one, respect cats. So respect the species, understand what you're dealing with, and then understand the individual animal that you are working with. Because cats, as I learned at a conference in Rhodes this year, are the most individual of all animals. And when you do research on cats, you have to take out individuality before you can find trends. I learned that off Professor Dennis Turner, who's been studying this since the 1960s. So I was quite impressed by that, really. The second one is keep cats well. Physically well, that's easy enough to think about. International Cat Care, our veterinary division is called, and I know there's a lot of vets amongst you, the International Society of Feline Medicine, members in 90 countries. And the charity began 60 years ago because there was no treatment for cat diseases. Nobody knew what they were. They weren't working animals, nobody really cared. You just got another one. So physical health is also important, but the more we deal with cats, the more we realize that mental well-being is important. And our cat-friendly clinic program, which is in 50 countries, thousands of practices who handle cats well in the veterinary practice and think about them, takes into account the mental well-being as well, because this feeds back into physical health. And then, I'm remembering now, do cats no harm? That sounds simple, doesn't it? Don't be cruel, don't do anything to them, but actually, there's a lot of places where we do harm, and I'll cover a couple of them where we don't maybe think we're doing harm. And then the other things are to do with how we communicate provide pragmatic solutions, think about where it's going to be used, collaborate with other people, communicate. And I liked hearing Matt in an earlier talk talking about evolving, and that's one of the things, keep learning all the time. So, what is a cat? I can't read down there. This is a real whistle-stop tour. It's an obligate carnivore. Its predator is also prey, which is why it looks over its shoulder a lot. It's territorial. We're keeping lots of cats together, remember that. It's emotional, sensitive, self-reliant, socially flexible, but not socially obligate. So, and that's quite important. We're thinking of something very different to a horse, but as long as we understand that, then, you know, we're away, we can think about that. It's also adaptable. Is it domesticated? I'd like to think it's not quite domesticated, but you never know. And what does it add up to? An animal likes to have choice and control, but an animal that, funnily enough, can manage to live with us quite successfully. Oops, sorry, that was me. So, International Cat Care have done some lovely diagrams just to explain. So in this world, there are maybe 600 million plus cats. Probably more than half of them are unowned, don't live with people. And we all think of cats as this cuddly thing. It's going to sit on our lap, it's going to purr, it's going to let us kiss it. That's what a cat is, that's what social media shows you. But actually, there's this whole spectrum where you have cats which avoid people, have never met people, don't want to be anywhere near people. Right the way through, you've got your street cats that, you know, are there with people, get fed with people, a little bit more friendly. Right across to the pet cat. Now, a kitten's not born wanting to be a pet. It has to have the right genetics, and it also has to have an 8-week slot where it meets people. That is really critical and crucial to it. And if it doesn't, it will probably end up here as our in-betweener, a cat that's not quite a pet, but is not adapted. So these are the cats we're dealing with, so it's not just the pussycat that sits on our lap. And then just to think about how now this is pet cats we're thinking about, respond to us and physical contact. So those middle three, probably most of us are like that with our cats. I love the tolerate. I think that face is just absolutely brilliant. And this isn't one type of cat. Our cats will do most of these things. Now, the one that says protective behaviors, which is that one up there, it may be that you've got a cat that hasn't really got to know people well, is one of those in-betweenery cats, so any approach to it may be greeted with. And we call it protective. We don't want to call it aggressive, because they're not being aggressive. It's not unprovoked. Or it may be that we're just pushing our pet cats too far as well. So I'm just trying to give you a little picture of cats in the way they live with us. So do we use cats? How do we work with cats? Well, you know, we've got pet cats, we breed cats, we care for unowned cats, catteries, grooming, veterinary, accessories, food. We have to think about them in all those contexts. And we don't use the word use with cats normally, but you know, it's something to think about, except in pest control, and we don't like that anymore either, really. So there's probably not, most people wouldn't think we use our cats. But we do want them. We want them for companionship, for something to care for love, to be needed. And they're not born wanting to be pets, as we've said. And we have this tendency for our companion animals, and I'm not sure that's the right word for cats either, for anthropomorphism. And people quite like it because it makes people think about how a cat feels. However, for me, I mean, I hate pet parent, I hate fur baby. It's a shortcut to thinking we're understanding our cats because we're thinking about them in a human context, but we're not really thinking about them as cats. So it's useful, but also it can get us into trouble, I think. So what about abuse? Well, obviously cruelty is there, and we don't really need to think about that. I'm going to show a slide in a moment about breeding cats. We're breeding animals, as in our dogs, and I don't know about horses, but to suffer because of the way we're breeding them. I would say that was abuse. Declawing, luckily not done in this country. Isn't that a horrible picture? All those little claws there. Well, in fact, it's not just the claw, it's the top end of the bone of the finger, as it were, and the claw. And then things like, we know that pet cats need to be made. So the start we give them in life is very important. And if we are negligent, can't be bothered, ignorant, and yet we're wanting to put them into a human home for 20 years, you know, is not knowing a really good excuse? And then obviously there's those things about poor husbandry, managing all these unowned cats with inhumane methods by municipalities and people trying to control numbers. So all of that comes with, you know, it's the poor understanding you're talking about the same things. A quick look at, I've done that one, pedigree cats. We've not got the same problems as dogs and cats, but we have got problems. Why do people breed? They want a look, they want a line, they want something named after them. They're interested, they like animals, it's a hobby. Do they do it to produce good pets? You would really like to think so. There may be a financial incentive in cats and not so much as in other animals, but what about the potential abuse? Extremes of conformation. Here you can see a Scottish fold up there, which has got folded down ears. It can only have those because the cartilage isn't working properly, which means it gets arthritis in the rest of the joints all over its body. You've got that horrible little thing up there with short legs, no hair. You've got very flat-faced animals, brachycephalics, you've got those problems. The bottom one is a Manx, that's caused by spina bifida in cats. And then you've got this hybrid breeding where we're taking wild animals and crossing them with cats, with our domestic cats. I think problems with the actual physical doing that, but then we've got animals, temperament-wise, are they going to be good pets? Probably can't let them outside. You know, there's all things to think about. So there's also, when our intentions, good intentions go wrong, you know, there's a massive problem with unowned cats around the world. It takes all people's time, energy, and resources. And human motivations to do it are complex. It's often because people need to do it as well and need to be needed. And that's not wrong if you know what you're doing. But it's so easy to get out of control, to not do it in a way where you know you've got the best resources for the number of cats you've got. Can end in hoarding, long-term confinement of cats in cages. Here you have an animal we talked about that needed control and choice, stuck in a cage for X number of years. Poor care for the animals, and also passing on unsuitable pet animals to people who then have got to live with this fearful cat for the next 10, 15 years. And sort of my third example of this was really support for human emotions. Now, we talked about the cat. It's socially flexible. It's not socially obligate like a dog or a horse or a person. We saw its interaction with people, but people want to cuddle. They want to kiss, they want to cuddle, they want to have that cat there. And as you can see from the reaction, some of the reactions of those cats, it's not very good. Every day we all try and kiss our cats a bit, and that's fine if they get away. It's when they're become the focus of someone and become an emotional support for someone, and a cat is not an emotional support animal. Just to say that when I was looking at this, I found a picture of a rabbit sitting on a girl's lap, and the caption said, "Emotional support rabbit comforting a college student." And I thought, where is this? Is this in the university? Is this in the college? Is this in this person's house? The rabbit had no idea it was doing any emotional support. You know, I don't know whether the girl did either, but, you know, are you taking that animal somewhere to do that? You know, so I think about assistant animals, we try, the more official sort, to train them to go out, to be with people, to do things. But, you know, I think cats are the least candidate for any of that, except in our own homes, and then not push them too far. So how do we prevent use becoming abuse? Well, it's not the cat's choice to be a pet, it's our choice to have pets. Genuine motivations can result in negative cat welfare. You know, cats are there because of us. We do have a moral responsibility to optimize cat welfare. I think we have to be honest about what our cats needs, and this is the same for horses and everything. What are the animals' needs and what are the human needs? You know, some people love flat-faced dogs and cats with eyes that are popping out and flat faces and can't breathe. Okay, there's something in us that wants that. But let's then admit that that isn't the best thing for the cat and try and think about a pragmatic way to improve the welfare, because denying it is getting us nowhere. So I think it's about aligning, taking a pragmatic and pro-welfare approach, understanding the animal and conveying that, and also understanding the complexities of the human condition, which is the hardest part. And just some lovely pictures to show you it's not all bad. Thank you.
If I can ask Claire, thank you, Claire, if you can come and take a seat, and Lee, if you could come and join us up on the stage as well, if you take a seat, and we will have some time for some questions. Thank you very much, Claire, for your remarks from the feline perspective. That was very, very helpful to us. So again, I'll take questions from the floor, and then also if you want to put your questions in through the app as well. So I'll first go to the auditorium. Are there any questions from the floor to Lee or Claire? Okay, right. So let's see what sort of questions that we've got. So there's a question come in: should we all challenge ourselves to stop calling animals it? It betrays a real lack of understanding of sentience and the complex needs of animals.
You're going to ask me this, aren't you? And I do still use.
I don't know if that mic is that. Do you want that?
Is that working?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah.
Great.
I'm still a user of it, non-apologetically, I think, because I quite find, well, I started life as an editor, and I find cat and they together quite difficult to put a singular with a plural, so I find that quite difficult when I'm wanting English to be read. I sort of feel that we're always talking about animal welfare, so I'm not too worried. I mean, it's hard not to, and I'm not sure we should get, it's a bit like the whole fur babies and all that thing for me, and I know most people probably disagree with me, but it's about really understanding what's there and not worrying too much about that sort of thing for me. Understand the animal, and then it doesn't really matter whether you call it he or she. I know we're trying to promote empathy and understanding and that it's not an it, but I'm not sure. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you. Lee, what did you call Larry the cat when you were in number 10?
I tried to just avoid him, actually.
Right, okay.
Right. He was quite intimidating, so generally crossed to the side of the corridor.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the floor? Yeah, there's a lady in the middle of the row there, please. Yeah.
Hi, Jo Hoggenhog, Communities for Horses. Lee, on your slide, you sort of finish with how we can turn these risks into opportunities, sort of saying that, you know, we have safeguarding around whips, for example, or thoroughbreds are kept extremely well. That's been done for some time now, and that's sort of proving not to be enough when it comes to social license. So how do you think we should move on from that to better, I guess, protect ourselves and meet this public need to challenge what they see as wrong in our sports?
I mean, this may sound like a slight cop-out, so I apologise. But I think that the sort of crucial element with all this sort of stuff is to conduct the research to begin with. Because I think one of the things that I've realised doing this for a long time is you can come with all sorts of ideas previously on where the public will be, what arguments you should make, and I'm still surprised how often I'm wrong in those things. And I think, you know, you do the research, you find out where the public are, you find out, you know, what is acceptable, what parts of, you know, the actions that have been taken should be amplified, you know, what parts would the public agree with, and then it's getting out and making the right case for it, you know. Do we feel that as an industry, we've robustly enough made those cases in the public in a way that, you know, they're going to hear and they're going to stand? Because I think one of the first things you'll probably find is those changes that, you know, you've mentioned. If you went and sort of, you know, ran a lot of focus groups, did a lot of polling, I imagine most people probably aren't even aware of them to begin with. So again, it's making the case of what is the awareness, what are people's concerns, and what the arguments you can make that can start to change those perceptions.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you. A question for Claire has come in. how, Claire, is the welfare for support pets considered? And the questioner gives the example of small ponies living in buildings to support people. When does their welfare take priority?
I think it's a very good question. Again, we're talking about people's needs and animals' needs. Animals are with us because we have made it possible, and we do use them. Even our pets we use. It depends on your definition of the word use. I think we have to look at it from, and you know what International Cat Care has tried to do is look at it from the cat's point of view, and then be pragmatic, because if that's something that needs to be done, maybe it helps people be pragmatic, be honest, and say maybe this isn't the absolute best for this animal, but we will try and make how we do it as good as possible and be honest about it. And I think that if you start to look at it in that way, you might reassess some of the things, the way we work with animals, the way we live with animals, perhaps even.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the floor? The front row? Yeah.
For Lee, this question of how one should react to public perception, just on the whip. The charity's done a lot of work on the whip, and we've made a lot of efforts to, and through Roly, to influence and change things, and there has been change from the BHA, which is very welcome. But at the end of the day, public perception, as you rather pointed out, actually probably hasn't changed. And then you have this, so the judgment you have to make is, should you carry on, or actually, and try and persuade people that it's perfectly managed now, it's not a welfare issue, even if public perception still says it's cruel and doesn't like it. Or do you say, well, actually, that's battle not worth fighting, and let's move on? And then the risk is some people will say, well, within the industry, you'll say, well, if you give way on that one, that's the thin end of the wedge, and people who dislike you, horse sports, will come after you on something else. And I'm just interested in your views on how one might deal with that.
So I think broadly, again, so once you've, firstly you need to do the research, you need to see where the public are. That's like your first, bricks in the sort of ground. So where are the public, and what's in the realm of the possible? I think once you've got the research, you can start to play with what's in the realm of the possible. Now, the ideal situation is, okay, there is a space here that we can work with where we can really move public perception to what we would consider the reality of the use of the whip, and why it's used and needs to be continue to do so. There may well be a situation where you look at the you look at the data, you look at the research, and you're not going to take the public with you. So then it's a case of you have two options. I think it depends on how important the issue is to the in terms of the continuing nature of the sport and bird balance and the reputation, because you have a very difficult issue with just the image of people seeing horses being struck. Fundamentally, that's what the public will witness. So then it's a case of, do you get the best sort of language to just mitigate, so to try and protect the reputation as much as possible, continue to have that sort of defensive stroke ready for if an issue crops up and it becomes, very prominent in the public discourse, if it's on the front of the papers, okay, we've got the best possible strategy possible to explain this and to mitigate the damage, and it's, the least worst option, so to speak. Or there's the option of, okay, this is so reputationally damaging to the broader sector and everything else that we're doing, actually we need to change tack and just have a total policy change. Now, again, without being familiar enough with the importance of it within the sector, it wouldn't be for me right to say it, and also without doing the research. But what the research will do is at least give you the sort of insight to be able to make the best choice possible.
Thanks, Lee. And we've got time for one more sort of quick question. There's a lady there in the middle row there. If we can make it very, very quick and a quick punchy answer as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Saima. My question is for Lee. Thinking about the question it versus he, she, I understand some of us don't like to use the word it because it refers to inanimate objects. And on the other hand, other side of the spectrum, there's a he, she, which is unnecessarily genderizing or humanizing, just like fur babies. So I was thinking, is the time right to have a new word for sentient beings? Cats, dogs, horses, elephants. Your opinion, if the time is right to have a new word for the sentient beings, and if yes, what would you think that word could be?
No pressure there, then.
Oh, crikey. You know, again, it depends on the merits for it. I think, you know, broadly speaking, it's. I think most people would probably be quite comfortable with the language we probably use. Would be my guess, as I say, without having done the research. That'd be my guess. And in terms of a new term, I mean, I feel that's far beyond my pay grade to just come out. I always fall back with, you need to do the research to do such things, and I'll take that as stance now.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you. And can you join me in thanking Claire and Lee for their presentations? Thank you. Thank you. And now it's time to reveal the results of our second poll, where we can see what you think of the need for consensus on what constitutes horse abuse and what is acceptable. So looking at this, we've got 56% say yes, it would be very useful. 15% yes, it would be really useful for the general public to understand what it is and what is and what is not acceptable. Possibly 14%. And then 12%, yes, it would be useful for the equestrian world to understand what is and what is not. And finally, I can't see the final figure. What is that? 2% say no, it's too complex. So on that note, we will move on. So thank you, Claire and Lee. You were relieved of your duties from the stage. Thank you. So now we move on to our discussion panel, and chairing that panel will be a face very familiar to you from Sky News. Nick Powell is the sports editor of Sky News. So over to you, Nick.
Don't take the iPad away, otherwise, yeah.
Okay.
I've got the code. Yes, please, thank you. Afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be doing this again. Pleasure for me, anyway. I don't know about you. If you've enjoyed me doing this before, you'll know I'm going to spend the next few minutes just introducing you to some of the members of our very distinguished panel, just tell you something that you won't find in the excellent notes that have been provided for you online by Roly and his team. So, to start us off, picture the scene. You are walking along the cliffs, that lovely Dorset coastline, wind whipping through your hair, rain lashing into your eyes, getting cold, wet, wishing you'd stayed at home. And out to sea, is that a rowing boat out there? It might be a rowing boat. And Sarah Coombs, our first panelist, might well be in it. It's called Pilot Gig Racing. She's competed in the World Championships. She says the toughest opponents come from Cornwall. She thought I was a bit formidable, but those Cornish rowers, proper formidable. She is, of course, formidable in her working life as well. She's a trustee for World Horse Welfare. She's still a day-to-day vet. In the November rain and mud, she was wearing wellies when she and I had a quick chat on Monday afternoon. And she's an important figure in endurance racing in the FEI, where your nearest controversy is never far away. But there are compensations. On her birthday in 2019, she had spent the day pitching unpopular rule changes to the FEI General Assembly in Moscow, but ended the day in the Red Ballroom in the Kremlin with a lot of vodka. So that is Sarah. Professor Christine Middlemiss is also a rower, but not quite in the same way. I'll come to that. I should say that we're very grateful to all our panelists today for sparing the time, but especially, it's fair to say, to Professor Christine Middlemiss, who, as the UK's Chief Veterinary Officer, is tasked with leading the nation's response to the worst avian flu outbreak we've ever seen. So we're very grateful that Christine is with us. At least I hope she will be with us. I can, as others have found, I can't see the bottom of the screen. Yes, she's there waving. You can see it, but I can't. I'm not nearly tall enough. Her family background in the Scottish borders is in beef, cattle, and in sheep, which was handy because she worked with Dolly the sheep. Remember Dolly the sheep? A couple of decades ago, named after Dolly Parton, really was. And Christine was part of the team who looked after Dolly the sheep. The rowing, that's not out on the ocean waves. It's rowing and spinning at home to keep fit. But here's the good thing, the most interesting thing that she had to tell me. She still sings in her old school choir with the same choir master, who's now in his 80s. And Christine is unfazed by talking to the likes of us, H or no. And she's used to being on the media and all the rest of it. But she says, when she's addressed by that choir master, it's like being 14 again. And when he says, Christine, I want you to sing the next line on your own, that is proper intimidating. Which brings me, and do come onto the stage, to the frustrated West End musical lead among our panellists. Do feel free to pour me a glass of water as well, Lee. Thank you very much. Lee Mottershead of the Racing Post went to New York to recover from being knackered after covering Cheltenham this year and saw 4 shows in 4 days. He's actually ridden at Cheltenham, not at the festival itself, but, thank you very much, going back 17, 18 years, a couple of jockey friends said, Lee, why don't you get an insight? Why don't you learn to ride? So he took it seriously. He trained properly. He rode out for Willie Mullins and Paul Nicholls, amongst others, going right to the top of the game. And he rode in a charity race at Cheltenham, not at the festival, but in April, on a horse called Goblet of Fire. There was a field of a dozen or so, all right? And he came 4th, which is, I thought, pretty good. Not good enough for one punter who was waiting for Lee coming back with Goblet of Fire, shouting, you pulled it, you pulled it. And this fellow had put actual money on Mottershead.
He used words far worse than that as well.
Well, yes. I've translated what you told me into acceptable language for this forum, and he was very upset, this chap, that he hadn't got his each-way winnings that he thought Lee Mottershead should have brought him. Here you go, charity. Which brings us to the Mottershead family cats, 2 of them, 18 years old, ginger brothers. Lee says they are the laziest cats in the world, and one of them each night, the larger of the 2 large cats, sits at the bottom of the stairs, refusing to move, meowing until somebody carries him upstairs. Perfectly capable of doing it himself, but won't do it. Might be a case for our third panelist, Dr. Amber Batson, who joins us remotely and whose work includes private behaviour consultations for horses, dogs, and cats. Amber, Lee, Amber, and of course Claire's here to help as well, if necessary. Lee, have a chat afterwards. Amber has spent a lot of her working life advising on animal behaviour. She studied psychoneuroimmunology, which is in your written notes. I just wanted to prove I could say that. It's the effect of the environment on disease and health. We talked about her life away from animal behaviour and established that she was rubbish at baking but really excellent at reversing trailers. 2 headlines for you. But also, she can move very quick when she has to. She was in Cambodia one time, I think working for World Horse Welfare, if I remember rightly, Amber, and the facilities were not 5-star. The accommodation was a bedroom loosely attached to a bathroom, which had a toilet of the flush it with a bucket variety. She woke up one morning, went to the loo as you do, grabbed the upturned bucket ready to flush, and the biggest tarantula she'd ever seen was under the bucket. My notes here say moved very quickly. I can't remember whether that was Amber or the tarantula. It was probably both. Being a vet, not wanting to kill the beast, she managed to force it up the wall and was able to get on with her day. But it's a memorable occasion from Amber's working life. And turning finally, like a dodgy traffic light, from amber to blue, Bluebell Brown, top right of our screens there, known to most as Blue Brown. Thank the Lord she didn't marry a Mr. Black. She is with us today from the west of Ireland. In case you're wondering, she was going to be called Blue if she was a boy. When she was born a girl, her parents decided her eyes were like bluebells. So Bluebell it is. Those same parents were disappointed when she didn't ever get a proper job. She got into horses at the age of 7 and never quite grew out of it. So here she still is, Like Amber, she's done a lot of work with animal behaviour, among much else. It's all in the notes, which also mentions that she competes in show jumping. She, like Lee with his jockey training, she was taught by the best, by Michael Blake, who is now chef de keep of the Island show jumping team. He lived nearby. And one time with her team high up in the show jumping league, her pony in a competition fell on top of her. She was on crutches. And the final of this league was the following week. Crutches didn't stop her. Come the day, she was helped from the crutches onto the pony and came within 1 second of victory for her team. That's Bluebell Brown, Bluebell Freya Brown, as it happens, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is your panel. The idea was that I would be sitting in the middle next to Lee. I cannot see the monitor. If I sit in the middle, I don't think I could even if I was 6 foot tall, so I'm going to stay standing up. Sorry to be gazing down at you over your left ear, Lee. We're going to start with the question, how can we create greater consensus in the horse world over what is use and what is abuse? How do we create greater consensus? Key question. Bluebell Brown, could you go first?
Thank you, Nick. So I think firstly to be open to new information, because people are going to be bringing their own starting points and their own experiences with horses. And a lot of time we do things the traditional way, but our knowledge and information based on scientific evidence is constantly changing, and so are our perceptions on what use is and abuse is. So I think this can actually help us to rejig the way we do things for our horses so that it works better for them. So as a personal example, many moons ago when I was competing, the night before a show, it's all about the bathing and the plaiting and the trimming of the whiskers, because, you know, we like to turn up well turned out. But several years later, I actually found out a lot more about the horse's sensory ability, and that research has shown us that these whiskers, or brissae, pass loads of sensory information to the horse so that they can help feel around their environment, and that actually they can't see right under their noses. And so I decided, actually, do you know what? It's my personal responsibility to no longer trim my horse's whiskers. And it was a really easy thing for me to change. And I think actually we're seeing the industry is taking up this responsibility too. So, and then it's coming to a consensus on whisker trimming, because if we look at the German, the French, and the Swiss federations, British eventing, British dressage, and as of 2021, the FEI, they've all banned whisker trimming. But I think in order for either individuals or organizations to make these kind of changes, they need to be aware of the scientifically based need to do so. So I think one of the key things that we can do to help build consensus around what is use and what is abuse is to ensure that information is made available to the stakeholders as the science develops. So I suppose, in other words, an educational role. And then secondly, I think having an agreed method that is a transparent, consistent, and a reliable way to reach evidence-based consensus on ethical issues is critical, because without this, we're simply going to go around and not actually be able to come to a conclusion. So the ethical framework for the use of horses in sport, which is being developed at the Royal Veterinary College and supported by World Horse Welfare, is an example of one of these methods. And then having the same or similar methods or tools across equestrianism, I think, is also really important, because it allows us to work consistently across disciplines, but also with wider society. And this is really important to help with social license. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Blue. Lee, how do we create greater consensus?
I think it's an extremely difficult, potentially impossible goal to achieve. I think, as was referenced in the first half, there isn't really a black and white on many of these issues. And I think as well, in general terms, we shouldn't always be obsessively chasing consensus. I think actually it's through having different points of view and disagreements that we can sometimes take things forward, because we're always asking questions and trying to make things better. And as an example, you know, my life is built around working around horse racing. Obviously, within horse racing, we're always asking questions about the whip and about jump racing. But I was speaking to a leading jumps trainer last year who said to me that I think, you know, we frame the debate around abuse too simplistically. And this particular jumps trainer said that he has very grave reservations about the extent to which wind-ups are carried out on racehorses, and that he believes that whilst you can argue that they are done for the good of the individual horse, are we weakening the breed as a whole? To pick up on Roly's point from earlier on, the way we stable racehorses, I think that will be something that will become a debating point for use and abuse in the future. Is it a good idea that we keep racehorses in boxes for the vast majority of every day? We can see why we do it, for the safety of those horses, but there are trainers who are evolving their methods and keeping horses outside more often and in paddocks where they can actually be more like horses. Subjects like overbreeding, I think that will become a matter of use or abuse. So I don't think we necessarily can or should always pursue consensus, because I think by being more challenging, we can take things forward.
That's an interesting point. Christine Middlemiss, do we actually need a consensus?
I think the debate across it is good. I think we have to have a consensus on the outcome that we're heading for and be outcome focused. But the debate across all of it and all voices being heard is actually really of value, and having a consensus that is too bland and too generic won't help.
Sarah Coombs.
Yes, I think we probably do have a consensus on the very easy, low-hanging fruit, if you like, the very clear examples of abuse which we've seen covered in the presentations today. I think the difficulty comes where people have to look at what have been traditional practices, and they have to challenge the status quo. And I was very taken with what has been said by various speakers earlier, that this flexibility of approach is absolutely key. We have to be proactive. We have to have some very honest conversations with ourselves. And we have to be receptive to change, because as we've also heard repeatedly, if we don't change things ourselves, then you can bet your life somebody else will come along and change them for us, and we won't necessarily like how they go. So I think it's about being open-minded. It's about challenging the norm, and also critically engaging with people who don't think like we do, because, you know, their opinions will not go away, and we have to listen to where they're coming from and look at some accommodation between where we are and where they are, because carrying on and thinking that we don't have to listen is not an option.
That's an interesting point about the different audiences you're dealing with, Dr. Batson. Are there two different approaches needed? Is there a consensus within the equine community and a need also to involve a consensus in the wider world?
Yeah, that's a definite thing. I mean, these communities exist. They can exist in their bubbles. I think some useful points have been raised on specific examples of that. You know, maybe in certain areas of communities, in the equine community, we might be stuck, as some people have just said. We appeal to tradition, we call it. You know, we have cultures, the way that we do things. And maybe when we ask non-equestrian people and their perspective of that, it's incredibly different. And, you know, that really does need taking into consideration. And we have to think about we may have a consensus within our community, but, you know, maybe, you know, what are other people's perspectives, as others have just said, you know, and Obviously, one perspective of that can be the scientific community. I noticed a question that was asked from the audience earlier today, which I'm not sure was particularly addressed as yet because there's been so many brilliant questions, which was, what if a piece of scientific research seems to fly in the face of what other members of the community think actually works for them? And doesn't that really highlight the question you've just said in a way? You know, are we asking for a consensus? The scientific community might have felt, well, this is a consensus based on the research available, and actually non-scientific community members of whatever groups they are in might think, well, actually, I disagree with that. That doesn't work in practice. And so we've got to hear from all these different facets of society. And certainly then the scientific community have got to go back and has been discussed earlier today, how good we are communicating why we've reached that particular consensus. And those different communities and why we've reached that consensus then need to come together and you know, continue that, that conversation.
Blue Brown, you're nodding there in the west of Ireland.
Yes, I just think what Amber was saying there, it's really important, you know, about the why and how we came to a decision on something. So we need to just make sure that it's transparent so that, let's say, you know, there is kind of a difference between what the scientific community thinks and maybe people on the ground think. But if we, and even wider society, but if we can take the way and show how we've come to decisions or a consensus on something and show them step by step what we've done and that it's transparent, I think this can help people understand and maybe agree or disagree. They'll just understand more how we got there. Thank you.
I'm going to take some questions and comments, and if they're comments, they need to be brief, please, from both the floor and those of you contributing via Slido online. We'll do that for each of the topics that we're discussing. Are there any questions on the floor already? Don't let me down, because some people organising this conference weren't so keen on having questions for the floor, and I said we really must do that. And where better to start than Nigel Payne, over whom I had to clamber to get up here. Nigel.
I'm not moving. Oh, yes, it is. Just as we have two highly prominent members of the media on the stage right now, one leading writer for the trade paper, you being the leading presenter for Sky Sports, do you think with all racehorses are looked after better than just about any other animal in the world, and probably better than most people? Do you think the media do enough to highlight this, as much as they can to highlight this?
Well, I'll make a very quick point. I'm just here to moderate, but since you asked me, the one point that did occur to me when I was listening to Michael right at the very start of the day, he talked about getting on the front foot and making the argument. I think the Grand National organisers have done that particularly well, to the extent that if I look back to the first Grand National I covered, which was 2001, that horrible muddy year when only 4 horses finished, in those years, the Sky News news desk were insistent that I get the views of animal rights protesters. I remember getting shots of police briefings and all that, and that was part of the expected coverage in those days. And thanks, I think, to the efforts of the Grand National organisers and others as well, including World Horse Welfare, that is no longer part of the coverage. If horses die, as they do now extremely rarely at the Grand National, of course we mention that, but it doesn't become the main focus anymore. And I think that is an example of getting on the front foot and making it work. Lee Moss said.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. I think as well it's important that the media does what it can to explain matters as well. I think in the last 10 years or so, we've certainly seen, I think, in the written media and particularly in the broadcast media, efforts to explain to viewers when things are happening. I think broadcasters are much readier than they were before to have expert veterinary commentators on programs to explain things, because I think anyone who isn't involved in an equine sport, anyone who doesn't understand horses, will be perplexed at times when they hear of horses being euthanized because they've suffered an injury on a racecourse. And I think if you have no one able to explain and convey why that was maybe the kindest outcome for the horse, then you breed a sense of anger among the public. So I think it's important that we do explain, and I think it's very important that we have experts doing that.
Okay, thank you. Sarah Coombs, you might want to address that, but also this question that's popped up from Anonymous. Do feel free to give your name if you're submitting a question online. The perception that racehorses are looked after better is not scientific based and so different from their ethological needs. How can we challenge this view? Sarah Coombs.
I would agree with that question. I think certainly racehorses are looked after beautifully within the context of what has become the traditional way of looking after them. So, I see them on a regular basis, immaculately looked after, lots of effort goes into their feeding, all the rest of it. But we have to come back to what horses want. And horses want freedom, forage, and friends, I think it is. And so it has become accepted practice that forage, for instance, is not available to racehorses ad lib. That's one of the reasons why there's a great propensity to have gastric ulceration. And it has become sort of the norm that's what happens. And obviously those horses are treated and they're looked after very well, but we should be looking at why that happens. And I think this is an example of how we have to challenge what, on the face of it, is a beautiful way of looking after an animal and put it against what the horse wants to be doing, and the opportunity for a horse to behave like a horse with things like turnout that we're talking about, which a lot of trainers are doing now. And we have to be receptive to challenging what has been the norm.
Sarah, thank you. I'm being urged to move on. If there's one more very brief question on this topic, on the need for consensus on the floor, I'll take it. It's going to be very, very brief. Sir, the gentleman in the second row, and whoever I throw this at, please give me just a couple of sentences, if you could. Very briefly, sir.
Thank you. Philip Napier from the Saddlers Company. Lee Cain talked about a simple, coherent message across the industry. Who should lead that message across the industry?
Let me ask the chief vet, Christine Middlemiss.
Oh, gosh. Well, I think it has to be a joined up message that we can all buy into. Otherwise this isn't a simple, coherent message. It falls out. It's got to take, going back to colleague Sarah Coombs-Girling said, it's got to take into account expert advice, but it can't just be expert advice. It needs to be something that, excuse me, can be bought into wider. Otherwise, it starts to disintegrate.
Thank you. Let me move on to the second question we want to address specifically, and Christine's going to lead us off here as well. In developing equine policy and practices, is the veterinary voice being sufficiently heard? Great question for a room half full of vets. Christine.
It is a great question, and I've thought about this from many different angles. And so I started off reflecting about where we know the veterinary voice is well heard, and that's very much in advising owners and horse keepers, where we have those long established one-to-one often relationships. Vets are seen very much as the trusted advisors. They've built relationships with owners. They understand the context the question is being asked in. They understand the horse and so on. And I think there's a lot to learn from that then, and how we use veterinary advice in developing policies and practices. We probably aren't as systematic in where we gather those veterinary voices from, and thinking about, have we got expertise that reflects the breadth of the area that we're covering. But I too wanted to reflect on what Lee Cain was saying, because it struck me greatly, and something I've learned a lot in this role. It's very much about what you say and how you say it. And I think as vets, we need to reflect on that and understand where our audience, be it the public, be it ministers, where they sit on an issue and where they're beginning on this journey, so that what we're saying lands. And we need to work coherently as a group of vets to come up with to understand where our messages come together, and also sometimes why we're different as vets. We sometimes have, and this is not about equine vets in specific or government vets, it's easy to undermine ourselves and confuse the messages, and so the audience don't understand when there's genuine lack of evidence to give a clear message, or where there is evidence but we all have different opinions. And I think we need to be quite smart as a profession about how we deal with that and manage that in ourselves. And when we can do that, then absolutely there should be a veterinary voice at the table.
Amber Batson, are vets good enough at speaking with one voice?
Yeah, I think to carry on from, Christine's made some excellent points, and I think we can be a good voice. I think there are elements of the veterinary voice that are being heard quite well, but I think within our own community, as Christine just touched upon, perhaps there are parts of our voice that aren't being heard so well. So I might think about physical outcomes, particularly in certain disciplines with horses, whether it be race horses, polo horses, show jumping. And we might think about certain outcomes for risk, with pelvic fractures or, other types of significant injury, joint disease, tendon disease. We're quite good at speaking out about that element of the veterinary, perspective from a use and abuse consideration. But one of the voices which definitely I think within our community, and of course I'm here representing it, is the behavioural element of our community and the emotional well-being, because there are plenty of elements of that particular voice which are being whispered at the moment. They're just not being heard strong enough, and yet we've got increasing amounts of scientific data which helps us to we should be able to support that voice stronger. After all, suffering can be mental as much as it can be physical. And we heard that back actually in the opening speeches or openers today. And actually physical and emotional health, from my perspective, from my background, from my education, they're inseparable. They're together. Physical health drives emotional health drives physical health. And so we need an integrative kind of perspective, really, to look at the welfare of an individual. When I think about myself attending competitions or events or just being present on a yard, it wouldn't be uncommon for me to see horses that are stressed. And I might observe that stress and I might wonder why that horse is experiencing that. And it may be because they have got fear, which is unrecognized. It might be because they've got frustrations, which are unrecognized. And some training types, such as use of punishers or the use of certain types of equipment used in a particular way, maybe not responding to an equine's body language in an empathic way, can sometimes mean we have individuals who are not willing participants. And we've heard a bit today about relationships and partnerships. And that's a really important thing to consider. And we also have husbandry methods as well, which can impact on those needs. So, I think...
Amber, forgive me if I may, I just want to make sure that we try and give everyone a chance to speak. Thank you very much for that. I just want to get a quick word from Sarah and from Blue on this. Blue, do you share some of the frustrations that I sensed Amber has?
Yeah, I think so. Just kind of this comment again about the need for emotional and physical to be recognized, I think, with, on the ground within industry, so that we can actually make changes to make the horses' welfare, they have a positive experience rather than just trying to remove negative experiences. We're trying to promote positive well-being as well. So I really think these two need to be taken together to help the horse. Yeah, these two factors. Thanks.
Thank you, Blue. Sarah Coombs.
Yes, I think undoubtedly veterinary experience and expertise are critical to relieving suffering and safeguarding welfare. And we all promise when we qualify as veterinarians that we will do everything we can to ensure the health and welfare of the horses under our care, which is great. But this is a commercial arrangement in most situations. We're quite often dealing with big trainers, powerful owners, important competitors. And I was very taken by Matt's idea of the horse advocate in the competition context, but I would really encourage owners, trainers, competitors to think about their vet as the horse advocate. So instead of ringing up the practice saying, my trainer says that my horse needs to have its hocks injected, how about ringing up and saying, hey, the horse isn't going as well as we expected it to. Please, can you come out? Can you do a lameness workup? Can we talk about some options? Because often it's possible that these clients are not getting the best out of their vets by letting the vets take the lead, if you like, in a diagnostic workup and appropriate treatment options. And the other thing about vets and protection of welfare is that people don't often think about is that we have a client confidentiality relationship with our clients. So we can see, and in the course of my long career, I have seen welfare things happening on premises which I have been disturbed by, but I'm not in a position to pick the phone up and report that client because of my client confidentiality obligations. So there needs to be an outlet, a whistleblowing service or something such that when that happens, that you can blow the whistle if you feel you need to.
Thank you, Sarah. Sarah, I'm really sorry. I want to move on if I may, because we've got a lot to get through. Any questions from the floor? I'm very happy to take on this, or very brief comments while you work out who's going to contribute. I'm just going to read something from James Crabtree, which has come in online. I'm going to take it as a comment rather than a question. Consensus must consider barriers to change. Understanding these helps the equine community find solutions. Sharing with the public may help with perception. Thank you for that, James. Any thoughts, questions, suggestions from the floor on that? If not, I will happily move on to a really important third question, and Lee is going to start us off on this. How can horse welfare truly be put first in the context of competitive, commercial, or social pressure? Something we've heard a lot about today.
Well, I think the obvious starting point is that oft-repeated comment, but it's perfectly true, that the vast majority of people who get into equine sport do it because they love horses, and therefore they would not be comfortable with welfare neglect. I think it's also worth repeating the point that Lee made in the first half, in his speech, that for any equine sport to have a chance of survival, it has to be on board with pursuing the best possible welfare outcomes for horses. And I think we can see this in action. Again, the Grand National has been mentioned already today, but the BHA and the Jockey Club did enormous work around that race to try and protect it for the future, responding to welfare concerns. And on the other side of the world, I was back on Sunday from a working trip to Australia, where last week I reported on the Melbourne Cup, a horse race which is even more within the cultural DNA of Australia than the Grand National is here. But it was a race whose organisers felt was under threat because over a worryingly short period of time, they had a number of fatalities in the race, largely because of the deaths of international trained horses. And therefore, they put in place very quickly extremely stringent veterinary protocols that have limited the number of international horses taking part and place all horses under levels of veterinary scrutiny that are probably unprecedented and unparalleled anywhere else in the world. And they've been rewarded with 3 consecutive years of fatality-free races, which is what we all want to see. But I think also we have to be grown up about it as well. There will at some point be a death in the Melbourne Cup. There will at some point be another death in the Grand National because horses break legs going around fields. I think if a sport believes it has measures in place that protect horses and that ensure horses have the best possible lives within that sport has to be confident in putting that message out. I don't think an animal sport, a horse sport that has confidence in itself should sound defensive or apologetic for existing. I think it's really vital that if we believe that we're breeding these horses for a good reason and that they have a good life, that we should sell that message. Because if we don't sell that as people connected to sports, then there's no chance the general public will believe it anyway.
Stakes are high, Sarah Coombs.
I think they absolutely are. And I think I'd go back to what Matt was saying, is that we have to, all of us involved in horse sport, have to ask some tough questions and provide some honest answers. World Horse Welfare was instrumental in writing the code of conduct for the FEI, from which this is a direct quote, really, that welfare has to be the number one priority. And as such, there's the code of conduct of the FEI, which is laid out very clearly what is appropriate in many areas of the horse's life, not just at a competition, but in training. And when you actually go through that list, training, management, stabling, equipment, if everybody followed that code of conduct and signed up to that code of conduct, then we would all be a whole lot further forward. Just one small example, talking about what we've learned from research. We know that that traveling for horses is an athletic process. It results in dehydration. And so to do a very long journey and then compete your horse very soon afterwards is not going to help it to do its very best and is impacting on its welfare. So when we rewrote the endurance rules, we put in a clause that said there must be this much period of rest between traveling and competing. And the sky fell in and everybody complained and they said, oh, you know, we've always done this, we've always done that. And then we've had a big backlash. But if you go to people and you explain, this is why, these are the very good reasons why your horse needs to rest and why your horse will perform better. If you give it that opportunity, then they're on board. And it comes back to educating people and trying to get them to see the background, and it comes back again to being receptive to change.
Christine, can I throw that question at you as someone who's not directly involved in competitive sports, so looking in slightly from the outside in that sense? How difficult is it to put horse welfare first properly amidst all those competitive commercial pressures?
I think from the outside, then you sit here and say it shouldn't be difficult at all. It should be the number one priority, as World Horse Welfare has been said. But then you've got to operationalise it and make it work on a daily basis all the time, everything you're doing and the other considerations. And that's where it gets more difficult. Different people, different systems, different pressures, and so on. What I would say, and I think it applies here, and I see it applying across many other areas, we're only all as good as the weakest link in the chain on this, and it needs everybody to play their part on it. It's not good enough for just the good people to be really good. It's about the baseline level, as we're all susceptible to challenge on it.
Blue, Bran, what do you want to say on this?
Just basically that I agree with everything that the other panelists have said.
No, seriously, Blue, that's absolutely fine. Amber?
Yeah, same really. A good, honest, reflection on our attitudes, on traditions, use science, that's up to date. Keep expanding on that research, but keep listening to everybody's opinions, but be willing to look at ourselves and what we're doing and what we've always done and review it in an honest way. That's really hard. I think Matt said that really nicely this morning as well himself. We've all been there. We've all done things in our past, which we would go back and change with hindsight, but then yet be able to do that. Look at our life through a lens, our historical life through a lens, and use that for the good of the horse.
Thank you. Here's a question that's come in online, and do think if you want to contribute from the floor. Is there any evidence in support of the use of 2-year-olds in racing not impacting on their development? Lee, you're not a vet, but what do you think?
I hear different points of view on this. I hear some people say that you can damage a horse by starting them too soon, but I hear other expert people saying that you need to start horses too soon. In fact, you look at France, for example, with their jumps horses, they are jumping fences in races at the age of 3, whereas our horses almost certainly would hardly ever have jumped a hurdle in a race at that point. So I think this is an example of where you necessarily shouldn't always chase consensus, but because by hearing different points of view, you might get to the ideal solution.
Amber, you've worked with racehorses. What do you think?
I think it is about science. I think we have a good amount of background of science, but sometimes that science doesn't always reach the general population. Sometimes it's kind of almost intentionally rejected. Again, it's a communication thing. It's about trying to get stuff across. Ultimately, the body is still developing, the horse is developing, at a musculoskeletal level until they're at least 6 or 7 years of age. So doing certain things that are outside of what they have evolved to do, they are sprinters, they do sprint distances, but it's short and sweet. But where they're doing that on the background of walking around and walking 20, 30 miles a day, and evidence has shown that stabling horses causes a bone density loss. So we've got to kind of try and marry up, if I'm answering this very specific question about kind of racing, starting horses at 2 years of age, it is about conditioning their body, but it's not necessarily just conditioning them within that specific discipline. We've got to think about how is their whole health conditioned to be able to deal with this. And that's mental as well. We have the highest incidences of abnormal behaviours in racehorses, and that really impacts on their gut and their bone, because actually the gut bacteria really influence bone density. So if their gut health isn't brilliant for the reasons from husbandry reasons, then that's going to impact on them. So there's an argument about starting conditioning elements of when they're young. But it's not just about that particular activity. We've got to look at their whole life, and their husbandry to think about how well we're setting them up.
I'm going to leave that there if I may. Any questions from the floor? There's a lady at the back there.
Thank you. Meredith Smith. Just really a quick point. Over recent years, there have been welfare boards developed, a good example being the Horse Welfare Board, which is independent. The purpose being to provide an element of independent review and promotion of the welfare aspects and ways forward within particular industries. The Horse Welfare Board obviously is particularly concerned with racing. There are more recent boards being developed within other aspects of equine industry, and I think these are essential if we are to provide platforms that the public can access and see that are promoting the welfare aspects of each individual equine industry. And I also think that it's essential that within these independent boards, welfare organisations such as the World Horse Welfare have a platform and have a stakeholders post, if you like, so that we can show transparency and we can provide education to the public and to the industries and provide some sort of bridging view within the industries to promote welfare overall.
Point well made. Thank you very much. I think there was another hand up. So there's a couple. There's one along the row there and one at the front. Please be very, very brief, both of you, and the answers are going to be quite brief as well, sir.
David Rintoul, Ride Horses for Pleasure. Edwin Muir wrote a wonderful poem called The Horses, and there's a line from it. For that free servitude still should pierce our hearts. And that idea of free servitude, the trust that the animal puts in us, is to be respected.
Thank you, sir. There's always a place for poetry. There was a question or a comment at the front. Panellists, please be aware I'm going to come to you for final thoughts, and you're going to get 30 seconds each, so just refine what you were going to say. Madam.
Thank you so much. Eva Brümer from the World Breeding Federation. We learned today that in order to be understood by the public, we need simplicity in our message. And get Brexit done, 3 words. Take back control, 3 words. How do we convey the complexity that we also heard about today, that I think is so essential to what we are as an industry and to our relationship with horses in that way?
Lee Motter said you're the wordsmith. You've got about 20 seconds to tell us about condensing to 3 words. Good luck.
Thank you, Nick. I think it's extremely difficult, and I think, going back to one of my earlier points, I think you need to have experts doing that. I think the public have greater faith in people that they believe offer an expert opinion and an expert impartial opinion as well. So going back to the earlier point about getting more horse welfare boards across different sports, if you have independents putting forward a point of view, I think the public is more likely to believe that.
Thank you, Lee. Just before I go to the panelists for one final 30 seconds each, and if it's any more than that, I'll end up being ejected when Roly presses his button that would do that. If I go beyond 140, it's 136 now. One final comment I'm just going to read to you from Dr. Teresa Hollands. Do we need to be less defensive just because we always have doesn't mean we are right. Maybe combine wisdom with Generation Alpha views. They are great at communications. Thank you for that. Teresa, where shall I start? First victim for a 30-second summing up. Sarah Coombs.
I knew you were going to do that. Right, I'd just like to say Matt Brown has massively cheered up my day. I have been at the coalface of trying to change the behaviour of athletes and competitors who are not the best version of themselves when they're under competition stress. And to listen to Matt's really inspirational take on how we have to do things, embrace change, do things differently, has really cheered me up massively. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going uncontroversially clockwise round the screen we've got here. So Blue Brown, you're next.
I think my takeaway is we need to collaborate and work together as an industry, but listen to outside views as well and take these on board, and keep doing the research and keep listening to the findings, the scientific findings. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber Batson.
Yeah, I think for me it's just, use does not have to be abuse for sure, but we must remember abuse can be emotional as well as it's physical. It can be intentional and it can be done through neglect. And so our self-reflection, our education is absolutely important so that we can respect horses' needs and do the best for their welfare.
Thank you. Christine Middlemiss.
Thanks. I think for me it is about starting with science and expertise, but expertise throughout the chain, from the scientists, the people doing the training, behaviouralists, vets, and indeed Coombs expertise as well, so that we get the right message to the widest group of people. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I just say how much we're enjoying your lovely backdrop evocative of your home in the Scottish borders, Christine. Thank you. No such backdrop for Lee Mottershead.
I'd just say, I think, as I said before, I think sports have to be confident in their own message, but they also have to be prepared to listen as well. And I think we need to have conversations, and we shouldn't be set in our ways. And as a final point, I just say, we're talking about use and abuse. I think where examples of abuse are found in a sport or in any walk of life that involves horses, then the individuals concerned have to be dealt with properly, and participants in the sport and the public who follow a sport have to know that that sort of behaviour is not now, nor ever will be tolerated.
Lee Mottershead, Sarah Coombs, Blue Brown, Christine Middlemiss, Amber Batson. It's 1:39 and 40 seconds. You can take your finger off the button, Roly. I've survived. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Nick, and thank you very much to all our panelists for all that they do in their particular sectors. That was a fascinating session. Can I say a big thank you on your behalf as well to Christine Middlemiss and her team of vets and officials at this time. The avian influenza crisis that the country is facing, these people in the front line, the farmers, these are troubling times, and we just want to sort of thank them for all that they're doing. Before we move on, we're going to pose one final question to our audience, and I think it reflects one of the questions from the front row in terms of trying to get three-word slogans, potentially. We're going to pose you a question: how can we prevent abuse and encourage better practice within the horse world? And what we want you to do when you submit your answer, it's one answer with a maximum of 3 words. So that's your challenge, should you choose to accept it. While you are considering that question, we have now the pleasure of hearing the perspective of World Horse Welfare's president. We've heard that the royal family and you, Your Own Highness, are passionate supporters of the animal world. I've seen that from when I've met you in previous times, your work for World Horse Welfare, supporting equine grass sickness research, the British Equine Veterinary Association. I was privileged to introduce my Black Labrador Juno to you a few years ago, and it would be remiss of me to say, not to say Juno says hi. But it's a humbling honour to be able to introduce you and welcome you to the stage, Your Royal Highness, the Princess Royal.
Thank you very much, Neil and Juno, for remembering. Although if she's calm as she was then, have you got any more? Because I could do with one. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again for joining us. This is a tricky subject, and you have contributed enormously to that debate. Although I think the short answer is that we are almost unable to answer that question in a broad spectrum, but we can in other ways. The word that I find always springs to mind in this kind of debate is perspective. And it's really difficult to get that perspective over all of these issues of use and abuse. But you have to have that perspective if you're really going to make an impact and understand why there is abuse and what you can do about it. I'm really grateful for our speakers for introducing some of that perspective, both historically, as our Mark Wentein mentioned, in Europe, to have introduced licenses in Bruges back in 1838. That must have been a really interesting move, and that they've survived. It says something about their understanding of what it meant. And to our speaker from Chile, introducing that perspective where different uses, how important horses are to the lives of people. And it's that relationship with your human, and your human survival might be as marginal, if not more marginal, than your horses. And they might not have access to any of the kind of support of welfare that we expect our horses to have. And to Matt, whose understanding of training and how you approach horses has changed, that is certainly true. I think the aging perspective has an impact on how you might assume you can treat horses as you start to lose that battle of both time and effort. But the other one I would mention is that he talked about strength. And strength is an issue, I think, in dealing with larger animals. And my point would be that for women who've been just as successful, you could argue, in horse sports, that is not about strength, it's about negotiation. And it is a negotiation which continues as age goes by. You find different ways of coming up with the same answer. You also get a lot pickier in the sort of horse you actually want to ride. That is about assessing talent. I'm afraid that comes with age. But it is important both to the horse's future as well as yours in that sense. It also highlights, I think, something which the complexities of training, the type of sports that the horses do, but the one that is simplest for a horse and is most like their own natural environment is racing. And I think that's why when they did do research on two-year-old racing, it turned out that actually it was good for them. On the whole, they did better in the long run than those who waited. And that's probably got something to do with both the way in which they started their training programs, but also the amount of work they did, which increased the concussion which bone needs to grow. And that made an enormous difference to them. I made them, I'm afraid, also the old age perspective. When I started, we all walked horses on the roads for 6 weeks. Nobody knew why, but when I had that discussion with a human specialist surgeon who's doing hip replacements, he actually said, well, that makes sense. He said, because concussion makes bone grow. So walking on the roads would have made a difference to encouraging bone growth. Some of us probably don't want to ride on the roads anymore, but the truth is still there. If we use artificial surfaces all the time, that may not be the best thing for encouraging bone growth. The messaging, and I think is truly important. My complaint is possibly that the media tends, for a lot of sports, you only get headlines when it's bad news. And there is no perspective about the numbers involved, how many horses have actually done the same thing and suffered nothing. And I think that perspective and statistics are quite difficult to achieve from just the media alone. And you can understand why people react very strongly if that's the only time they see horse sports mentioned. So for us, that's a real challenge in perspective in terms of the media and how we approach that, so that they understand that actually those are relatively small numbers for the number of horses that are involved with humans. The issues about cats, some of us still regard them, I'm afraid, as pest controllers, because never been able to get on with them in any other sphere. But it does make you wonder. The relationship with cats is almost as old as the relationship with horses in historical perspective terms. The Egyptians regarded cats as really important animals. And I assume that wasn't just because they were pest controllers, but it may have had something to do with it. But our attitudes to animals and how they've worked with us for some reason, why they became popular historically, is really rather intriguing. But I do think that issue of breeding, humans do like to interfere with breeding, don't they? Sometimes for physical requirements, but others for rather weird requirements of just vision, as far as I can make out. For horses, much more about that relationship and what you were breeding them for. The discussion panel, you were asked some really difficult questions and greater consensus. Goodness, we're going to have to work on that, because I think that's never going to stop. People grow up with different attitudes. The divide between the kind of rural and urban environments that don't see the perspective of the rural environment for horses and how to keep that going does make that consensus truly difficult to achieve. I hope that events like this really do help with that consensus, and that these sorts of events, particularly using that online capacity, is introducing that perspective to more people and what that consensus really needs to be. I think the identifying when use becomes abuse will differ literally from horsekeeper to horsekeeper, and depending on what their main interests are. I suppose, going back to the media, the reaction to the modern pentathlon in Tokyo was largely from ignorance, but I mentioned in passing that I don't think modern pentathlon did themselves any favours, because quite a lot of the qualifying competitions didn't actually include the horse riding. So actually the people who turned up probably didn't know as much as they should have done anyway. That's the sport probably undermining their own position rather than having a weakness in the actual performances. It doesn't help the perspective. This charity, and thanks to Ada Cole, really, has had a perspective about the relationship between horses and humans. She certainly raised that issue, that it had evolved beyond that acceptance of what was happening to horses at the time. But this is a relationship that goes back thousands of years, and horses working as part of human survival as well as their own. And that human survival was important in that equine partnership. And we also helped to start breeding horses that fitted in better with the relationship that was necessary at the time. One of those, of course, would have been weight carrying, because in natural form, horses didn't require to be weight carrying. But more and more of their relationship with humans required that to be very much a part of their strength instead of a weakness, and have been bred as such. So although we might say they were inherently non-weight carrying animals, they have been weight carrying animals in terms of their relationship for humans for thousands of years. That's made us look after them in other ways too. I think foot care probably got more complicated as a result of that human relationship. So breeding to work, breeding to improve their abilities to work was really important. I have some Suffolk punches, difficult things to breed, but I mean, they will survive. But they were bred very much for work, and they have a real attitude for work. And I say that because both of them, all of them have learnt to log pull, and there is no doubt that they enjoy it. It gives them a role which they fundamentally, as workhorses, kind of expect. And being left to their own desires is not necessarily good for them. My other observation is that if you don't do things with them, they escape, break gates, and just go wherever they want. They're obviously looking for something else. So freedom to them means freedom to make that choice to do some work. And how many horses nowadays are truly wild? Could they survive on their own? Possibly not, because they are conditioned to be part of human activity. The freedom that they enjoyed, and the forage and the friends, yes, forage, probably we haven't stuck to the origins of their forage quite closely enough, and need to think carefully about that. I'm not sure their digestion has changed that much. And friends, our friends, and having their own friends. Although I think we all know horses that really don't do well in company, and others who'd really rather be out in the field with lots of others. So they are different, and they require different things. And that tradition of understanding horses and what they enjoy doing is just as relevant. Some of those traditions don't work. Some of them have been overtaken by increases in technical awareness and in veterinary awareness, in medicine awareness, but things that wouldn't have been possible before in terms of how you treated your horses. So those things have evolved. And Ada Cole's contribution to that in raising the issues of how they should be treated and what had changed, so that changes in our attitude, and what the International League, as it was then, and World Health Welfare now has done in building on that knowledge of not because workhorses by then was beginning to disappear from here, but existed elsewhere and still needed that support and understanding of what they could do better. And that's particularly true in tack and farriery. And that's important for all animals. And all animals that have worked with humans, who continue to work with humans, and can have a place in the future. There was a book written by a vet on shower horses, that history with the future, the places and the things that they could still do which would make an impact. And if you're talking about an environment and possibly not encouraging the change of horses to fossil fuels rather than something else, is an interesting debate entirely of its own. But we have workhorses in our community. Yes, things have changed. In the Highlands, there were lots of working horses. There still are, but they're rather more specific. What is the impact on the land? The impact on the land from horses' perspective, purely horses' perspective, rather than mixed. So if we lost the art of mixed grazing, what did that mean? We've lost the art of controlling worms through mixed grazing. And the things that have also changed, fencing, and our abilities to look after horses in spaces that is right for them. Horses have lent themselves to different sports because they do so apparently willingly. And I do find that sometimes you watch them in some sports. I used to watch my father playing polo, and I used to go up and stand with the ponies, who frankly looked hugely disinterested in the polo lines. But as soon as they were taken out of the polo lines and the individual got on, they were absolutely transformed. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they were only too happy to do it, because I don't believe for a second you could play polo on a horse that really didn't want to. That would be very difficult to do. And that is true of most of the activities we do with horses. But it underlines the fact that it is a partnership. And if it isn't a willing partnership, then that's probably something we shouldn't persist with. There may be something else it could do better in some other form. And the traditions that we've grown up with, some of that has been overtaken, some of that's been underlined by research. But I'm struck by the fact that things like the importance of the fit of bridles. Actually, the Pony Club did that very well. They still do that very well. And some of those traditions and rules that the Pony Club instilled in people, just as relevant today and just as good today as they ever were. And that's quite an interesting thing to balance all that research on. Do we have a duty to make use of the knowledge available? And how do we use that knowledge? I mean, most people would say there's so much knowledge out there now that it's really difficult to know how to access the ones that are truly relevant to you and the relationship that you want to have. We hope that World Horse Welfare helps many people to access the right knowledge at the right time. And I think that is still wholly relevant for everybody. It is a challenge to keep up with all of it. So when does use become abuse? Well, you need that perspective of the relationship that exists in order to know when that use might become or has become abuse. You might ask, why do individual people, humans, keep, own horses? What is it that they expect? What is it they want from that relationship? Does that make a difference to their attitudes to what is use or abuse? And we certainly need to understand the cost, the actual cost of keeping horses, not just the monetary cost, the cost in time, in the environment in which they live, what we feed them on. And I would underline here, because we've had lots of vets on, farriers. The original vets. I'm just a bit... But, all of those are costs, but they're knowledge that we need to understand before you get involved. That's the knowledge we need to get across. And that's all before you know whether your horse can do what you want it to do in the first place. Make those decisions. If any of those things drop out for various reasons, your use could become abuse because it doesn't work. None of that is likely to be intended, but it can be an unfortunate consequence of circumstance or change. And in deciding whether there's a consensus of use and abuse, there is perhaps a different question to consider, could horses survive without us? Is that relationship so important now to their survival that we have to make sure that we do this well, and that horses actually regard us as quite an important part of their survival? Maybe that just makes us more responsible for our actions and even more careful that we understand what we are buying into. Use and abuse, yes, we should be clear what that can mean, but it certainly needs perspective and it certainly needs consensus. But I believe that conferences like this and your attendance, because you cover such a wide range of that consensus and perspective, are truly important in making us better in our ability to be those partners that horses need in the future. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ma'am. It is always a privilege to hear your insightful perspective. Now I'd like to ask back onto the stage your World Horse Welfare Chief Executive, Roly Owers, back to the stage for a summing up. Roly.
As ever, we're slightly over time, so I'll keep it very brief. Earlier I had 3 points to sum up on here. I'll go for 4. So, licensing. We talked a lot about licensing, and that's really interesting. Many of you are not older than me, and then therefore might not remember the dog license in the UK. But it was dropped because no one enforced it. And I think something like licensing, I think when we think in the context of use and abuse and how we can prevent that abuse, I think there is a lot in licensing, but I think we need to be thinking very carefully about how we actually practically implement that. And it doesn't necessarily need to be government that implements it in the end. I'm fascinated by the discussion, certainly came from the cats originally, but in terms of the human need and the equine need. And I think we need to remember, as has already been pointed out, this is not, we cannot reduce risk to zero. That is simply impossible. We need to remind ourselves of that utilitarian approach of reducing the harms and maximising the benefits. And I think if that can drive us, then we will certainly minimise cases of abuse. I also think it's really important that we don't think tradition is bad and new fads are good. It is not that simple, because there is a lot in tradition that can drive and improve and avoid abuse. But we need to invest in the research, and we do need to be open-minded to challenge the status quo, and where we feel change needs to be made, we make it, and where we do not feel, then we need to be able to justify that and publicly with confidence say that. And finally, communication. You know, it is all about, if we are going to change people's behaviour, we've got to treat them with respect, whatever we think about them. And I know my mum taught me, and I'm sure your mums taught you as well. If you haven't got anything nice to say, then don't say anything at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roly, and thank you finally to all of you for attending today, virtually and in person here in London. Thank you very much to our presenters and panellists, and to you, Mum. We have covered a lot of ground today, and I hope you agree that the difference between use and abuse is, like so much in life, not clear-cut. But there are ways each of us can help prevent the bad, and we can defend the good. I would like to once again thank our generous sponsor, the Sir Peter O'Sullivan Charitable Trust, for making today possible, and for the support of the Horse Race Betting Levy Board and Equine Register. This now closes our virtual conference, and we wish you a good rest of your day. For the guests in the theatre, we would like to invite you to stay for lunch. Thank you so much again for attending, and please enjoy the rest of your day.